Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning and welcome again to the Next Step Global Conference 2024. I will be your MC for the proceedings. A warm welcome to our in-person participants joining us here in Raffles Hotel and to all those viewing online. This morning, we will begin with opening remarks by Prof. Danny Quah, Dean and Lee Ka-shing Professor in Economics at the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy, and Dr. Adam Posen, President of the Peterson Institute for International Economics. Thereafter, Director General of the WTO, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, will deliver her opening keynote remarks before proceeding into a fireside chat with Dr. Posen and Prof. Quah. During the discussion, if you have any questions, please proceed to the standing microphones in the aisles, or you can raise your hand so our ushers can bring you a microphone. When asking your question, please identify yourself by stating your name, title, and organization. And in view of the limited time, we do ask for your cooperation in keeping questions concise. To begin, I would like to welcome on stage Professor Danny Quah, Dean and Lee Ka-shing Professor in Economics at the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy. Prof. Quah, please.
Director General Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, Director General, World Trade Organization. Excellencies, distinguished guests, again, a warm welcome to this Next Step conference, to the in-person participants and those coming online. As you can see, this Next Step conference is organized around the theme, a positive agenda to maintain the global economy amid US-China rivalry. My name is Danny Quah. I'm Lee Ka-shing Professor in Economics and Dean at the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy. It's my pleasure and honor to welcome all of you to this conference. And to those of you who have come from abroad, a warm welcome to Singapore. There was a time when both economics and geopolitics encouraged ever greater coalescence in world order. As a result, the global economy grew increasingly open and interconnected. Prosperity rose everywhere. But that time is no longer. The large forces now in both geopolitics and economic rivalry now erect barriers against the free flow around the world of investment capital and against the global exchange of goods, services, and ideas. The theme of our conference, to paraphrase an American president, is not to express approval or disapproval of these changes. Instead, this conference is to ask, what now is the smartest thing to do as we seek ways forwards for the world economy? So this agenda is positive because we're trying to build pathways to outcomes that can be good for all around the world who share the imperatives of multilateralism, economic resilience, increased prosperity and security, and strengthened peace and stability. Some of us might think of this as seeking plurilateralism in the spirit of multilateralism. Others might think of this as looking for pathways to multilateralism. Either way, I look forward to these next 2 days, where I hope we will cover a robust and informative discussion of many issues, ranging from multilateralism and trade architecture to supply chains and investment, among many other emerging challenges. To begin the proceedings now, I will hand over to my co-organizer, Adam Posen, President of the Peterson Institute for International Economics. Please help me welcome him to the stage.
Good morning, good evening around the world, and thank you all, especially to Professor Danny Quah and the LKY School of the National University of Singapore for partnering with us on the 4th annual Next Step Global Conference. We will shortly begin with a bang with the remarks of the newly re-elected Director General of the World Trade Organization. I just want to pick up very briefly on Danny's call to intellectual action, because that's what we see our role here as being. Bringing together people of independent mind, not people who are necessarily beset by fear or by unreality, or people who are working for the two great powers in ways that are not necessarily helpful to the world at large, or if even themselves. And so we view the Next Step Conference, and we're honored by the presentation of so many distinguished friends, as an opportunity to think about how we move forward, how we defend the institutions of the rules-based international economic order, maintain and expand the vast majority of the world economy that functions under those ways, and that offers hope and progress for the people of the world in an environment where some of that is eroding. I will not over-dramatize nor indulge in fear-mongering. I will merely say that plurilateralism in a multilateral spirit seems to us to be the broad approach that's needed, that what we'll call third nations, meaning nations of common values, values that the U.S. used to profess and uphold, that certain countries like Singapore still do in the international economic sphere, have a role to play. And this isn't just sort of a moral role or a reaction that others are not playing the role. This is a positive role, again, to emphasize what Danny said, that there is agency out there in the world, that there is space out there in the world to build a useful world economy that withstands what is happening potentially in Washington, Beijing, and their interaction. And in that regard, we're very delighted to welcome not just officials and former officials, academics, but representatives of international business and investment who play a critical role and will be a critical bulwark for that open world economy that remains. As such, on behalf of the conference, I want to express my gratitude to the World Trade Organization and Dr. Okonjo-Iweala for joining us to give the opening keynote today. We will also have distinguished remarks by the Trade Minister of Australia and the newly elected President of the Asian Development Bank, and then tomorrow by the Singaporean Trade Minister. Today, we are very honored to have Dr. Okonjo-Iweala. She is, as mentioned, the Director General of the World Trade Organization, just begun her second term. She's the first woman and the first African to hold the position. She is an economist and international development expert with over 40 years of experience, and I can say has the energy of someone with only 10 years of experience. She previously served as Nigeria's first female and longest-serving finance minister, over 7 years, and she was also the first female foreign minister in Nigeria. Her 25-year career at the World Bank culminated in her rising to the #2 position, which is the managing director. In between her service at the World Bank and taking leadership of the WTO, she was chair of the board of Gavi and co-chair of the Global Commission on the Economy and Climate, and she's a co-chair of the Global Commission on the Economics of Water. She comes to this position of leadership, and I mean genuine leadership, from an economist's background with a bachelor in economics from Harvard and PhD in regional economics and development from MIT. We are very fortunate, those of us who know her, to be inspired by her example, and the world is very fortunate that she has taken up for a second term the position of Director General for the World Trade Organization. Dr. Okonjo-Iweala, could you please come to the stage?
Well, good morning, everyone, and it's great to be back here in Singapore and see how rapidly and beautifully this place is developing. Amazing. But dear Adam and dear Danny, thank you so much for your kind words. I'm even more grateful for something else, your eye-opening research, and especially your consistent advocacy for open, rules-based, and multilateral trade. Adam and Danny don't just support the WTO and highlight its record of enabling growth and poverty reduction. They make the case for reforming the WTO to keep it fit for purpose so it can keep helping countries and people use trade to meet the evolving challenges they face. This past September, you both did us the honor of traveling to Geneva for a public forum where Adam in particular delivered a bit of tough love to our members in his remarks. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm really delighted to join you here in Singapore at this critical juncture for the economic prospects of people and countries around the world. I can't think of a more appropriate location for us to be thinking about middle powers or third countries and the WTO. Whether you call them middle powers or third nations, many economies today are deeply integrated into global commerce with a substantial stake in its smooth functioning. And while not large enough to significantly steer trade flows on their own, they have enough influence to help shape trade rules and norms, especially when acting collectively. For several of these countries, a functional trading system is necessary for their very existence as nations. They are often net importers of food and energy. My main argument today will be that middle powers have a lot at stake, so they can and should be doing more to shore up the open global economy and the WTO. Why? Why can? Can because even though these countries might be relatively small individually, in aggregate, they are major players in global trade. Look at a back-of-the-envelope calculation for countries that account for more than 1%, but less than 4% of world trade, which excludes the likes of China, the United States, and Germany, but includes countries from France and Korea through to Malaysia and Turkey. Together, they account for around half of world trade. To put this in context, US-China trade gets many more headlines, but direct bilateral trade between them accounts for, guess what percentage? 20? 10? 5% of global trade? It's actually slightly less than 3% of global goods trade. But it gets most of the headlines. As for the should, it is because the open and predictable global trading system we've grown accustomed to and come to take for granted over the decades is under threat. Unilateral trade restrictions, subsidies, and other distorting measures have been on the rise this year. That said, we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that global trade and the trading system have been resilient through the shocks of the past 5 years. Total goods and services trade was worth a near record $30.5 trillion in 2023 in a $105 trillion world economy. Core WTO tariff terms continue to underpin over 75% of global merchandise trade. WTO rules and committees for health and safety standards and technical regulations help protect consumer safety whilst providing a forum for countries to manage and minimize related trade frictions. Companies still benefit from the protection abroad of their intellectual property, all thanks to WTO agreements. And I really want to insist on these other benefits, and I could name more, that are often forgotten. WTO is the home of plurilateral government procurement agreement that makes government procurement more competitive and open and delivers value for money for citizens. A $13 trillion business This is something very, very important that is a strong instrument. So it's not just about tariffs. It's also about consumer safety, product safety, intellectual property, government procurement, and so much more. Nevertheless, the global trading system has been fraying, let's admit it, among geopolitical tensions, unilateral measures, misdirected blame for the effects of macroeconomic imbalances. And we have to acknowledge this, the difficulties WTO members have had when it comes to updating the global rulebook. WTO monitoring suggests that as of October, the stockpile of trade restrictive measures that has accumulated since 2009 was affecting nearly 12% of world imports and 3% of world exports. A new bout of restrictions and retaliation could become the proverbial straw that breaks the system's back and destroys the benefit it continues to provide every day to people and businesses around the world. And while the big powers might be able to tell themselves that they can get by on domestic demand, middle powers know they cannot. They don't have the luxury of pretending they can produce everything or grow everything at home. They know their prosperity relies on the specialization and scale that comes with trade, with predictable tariff terms and clear shared frameworks for non-tariff policies. Consider Singapore, whose remarkable rise to prosperity was and is closely tied with trade. Its ratio of goods and services exports plus imports to GDP averaged more than 315% between 2021 and 2023. As a non-pro, Singapore is exceptional. But Vietnam has a trade to GDP ratio about 181%, Malaysia 168%, Thailand 132%, and Switzerland 127%, all have trade to GDP ratios between 100 to 200%. Even in substantially larger economies, both rich and middle income, the figures are high. 93% for Germany, 85% for Korea, 83% for Mexico, 74% for Turkey, and around 65% for the United Kingdom, South Africa, Canada, and France. Though I should note that for EU member states, half or more of this trade tends to occur within the EU single market. Contrast this with the biggest economies where most of the economic activity is domestic. For the United States, total imports and exports add up to only 26% of GDP. For China, the level is at around 39%. For the EU as a bloc, trade with the rest of the world is equivalent to 46% of its GDP. In addition, middle powers don't just depend on trade. They depend on trade with a range of partners. Looking again at Singapore, its biggest trading partner for goods is China. Its biggest trading partner for services is the United States. For both goods and services, its top 5 trading partners include China, the US, and EU. But close to half of its trade is with other smaller economies. So, for example, 12% of Singapore's merchandise exports go to China, but 50% go to other countries, not among its top 5 export destinations. 26% of its services imports are from the United States, but 47% from other countries. This is why Foreign Minister Vivian Balakrishnan is so emphatic that Singapore and other ASEAN member states want to maintain good relations with a wide range of countries and do not want to be forced to choose between a US-aligned or China-aligned bloc. As it turns out, Singapore's trading patterns are not unique. We see something comparable from Brazil to South Africa and Japan to Indonesia and Australia, where other countries collectively account for between a third to a half of goods trade, far outstripping the shares of their largest single partners, and often the top few combined. The trend is particularly pronounced for India. 58% of its goods imports and 53% of its exports involve partners other than the US, the EU, and China, and the rest of its top 5. The framework governing trade among all these economies is, of course, defined primarily at the WTO, making the WTO a key element in trade-driven growth, development, and job creation. In sum, It's one thing for the big economies to look at trade from one slant. It's quite another for middle powers to take trade for granted. For them, trade is serious business. The signs of fragmentation that are becoming visible in global trade should be of particular concern to the trading system's middle powers. Since 2018, bilateral trade between the United States and China has grown 30% more slowly than their trade with the rest of the world, according to our estimates. This likely overstates the true extent of bilateral economic disengagement, given indirect trade via connecting economies like Mexico and Vietnam. But trade has fallen in many specific sectors that saw the imposition of tariffs, such as semiconductors and IT equipment like modems, routers, and network servers. More broadly, WTO economists find that if we divide the world into two hypothetical blocks based on voting patterns in the UN General Assembly, trade between the blocks has grown 40% more slowly than trade within them, a trend that dates back to 2022, and specifically to the war in Ukraine. They estimate that if the world economy were to decouple into two self-contained blocks, the resulting losses would be equivalent to at least 5% of real global GDP in the longer term. The IMF puts the losses as high as 7%, like dropping Germany and France from the global economy. Over the past couple of years, I've found myself repeatedly telling audiences that the 1930s collapse in global trade cooperation is a movie we should not be keen to watch again. So I asked our economists to look at how a 1930s-style breakdown of the multilateral trading system would play out for different countries, especially mid-sized economies and the global South. This kind of full meltdown of trade cooperation with all-encompassing tit-for-tat retaliation, even at the regional level, is improbable. But still, their estimates keep me up at night. Double-digit losses in real GDP by 2040 compared to the current trend line, with the drop in developing country regions like Sub-Saharan Africa and Southeast Asia even steeper than those in rich countries like Australia, Canada, Korea, and the UK. What this makes clear is that allowing the world trade system to disintegrate would have a serious material impact. Middle powers have an interest in standing up to prevent this from happening. They have the most to lose and the most to gain. What would this mean in practice? First, they need to build a coalition of like-minded countries supportive of the multilateral trading system with the WTO at its core. In doing so, they should reach out to the global South, much of which faces a potential blow to development prospects. Such a coalition would be a powerful voice for safeguarding the multilateral trading system. Second, they should undertake quiet joint diplomacy with the US and China, aimed at shoring up open and predictable trade relations. One potential issue for such engagement could be the large trade imbalances for which the WTO and trade policies are regularly blamed. But as the IMF has noted, these imbalances are largely, in fact, the product of domestic macroeconomic forces within the two giants. And the solutions lie not so much in trade policy, but in boosting domestic demand within China and in fiscal consolidation in the United States. Third, middle powers can make trade work better for more people by helping to persuade their businesses to extend supply chains to encompass more countries and communities currently on the margins of the global division of labor. As important sources of investment, middle powers can help advance this process, which we call at the WTO re-globalization. We are already seeing Samsung investing in Vietnam and Japanese auto manufacturers making India a production base for local and global markets. The next step is to bring in other parts of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. Turkish companies are making strides in Africa, already major investors in Ethiopia's textile sector, producing for export to the US and Europe. We need more of this kind of decentralized, deconcentrated supply chains in developing countries. And finally, middle powers should visibly lead efforts to reform the WTO and to improve all of its core functions, from how rules are negotiated to monitoring and dispute settlement. taking forward work to modernize WTO rules and keep them fit for purpose for the 21st century would also help address perceptions of unfairness on the part of some members, level playing field issues. Some of this is already happening. Mid-sized economies are leading players in our plurilateral negotiations on digital trade. Singapore, Australia, and Japan, and I'm very happy to see my ambassador, Ambassador Hong Seng, here in the audience, because he's one of the co-conveners of the very important e-commerce negotiations and agreement rules that are being made by a subsection of WTO members to try to underpin global digital trade. Chile and Korea led the process that delivered an agreement on investment facilitation, which is still trying to be inserted into the WTO rulebook, a plurilateral. Costa Rica and Australia, together with the EU, did the same for the new rules on services domestic regulation that entered into force earlier this year. Middle powers are active in ongoing talks to reform our dispute settlement system and make up the bulk of signatories to the interim appeals arrangement. I just want to pause here to really emphasize the significant support and role that Singapore at all levels has been playing, from the President to the Prime Minister to the Minister of Trade, Minister of Finance and Foreign Affairs. I couldn't ask for better. The same with Australia, the same with Korea and Japan. We've received a lot of support. So when I say they can do more, it doesn't mean they are not already acting. They are. But together, they can be so powerful. So I just want to take a minute to acknowledge the fantastic help we're getting from these countries. So I say they can do more. We need to improve the WTO's governance system so that our biggest strength, the consensus-based decision-making that gives each of our 166 members an equal voice, does not become a recipe for gridlock. This consensus decision-making system, WTO is one of the few multilateral organizations that where developing countries, the smallest member has the same voice as the largest member. We often complain about multilateral organizations that the bigger countries have the larger shares and have more of a voice, and the smaller countries cannot speak. Well, at the WTO, they can. So we must husband this as a precious resource. We mustn't allow it to be handled in such a way it blocks the organization from making decisions, because people will step back then and say, well, maybe this is not such a good thing. So we need to look at this governance system. How do we husband it and keep it whilst making it work better for decision-making? We need to resolve the reservations on the part of some of our members that are keeping new plurilateral agreements out of the WTO framework. We need to listen carefully to their concerns and fears and see if we can allay them and persuade them that plurilaterals are good instruments for us to have. Our subsidy rulebook, which dates back to 1994, needs an update, and middle powers are well placed to lead the development of shared rules on level playing field concerns and environmental subsidies. I insist on this because the unfairness, the perception of an unfair and unlevel playing field is leading to a lot of discontent among members. But the rules we have to deal with these issues, in my view, are not fit for purpose and need to be reformed. And it will be quite a difficult task, but I think middle powers can lead this. They can also help find ways to minimize negative trade spillovers from members' decarbonization policies. And again, it's long past time for WTO members to deliver new rules on agriculture. One of my biggest points of stress or disappointment is the fact that after 25 years, there's been no breakthrough on agricultural negotiations, and we must do that. Just as we must complete the ongoing fisheries subsidies, second part of the new disciplines we're trying to put in place. Ladies and gentlemen, let me now conclude. The international economic environment is less benign than it has been at any point since I started my career over 40 years ago, and I think that's a bit of an understatement. But the WTO's middle powers are not helpless rule takers. If they work together, they build coalitions with each other and with smaller developing countries, they can help keep international markets broadly open and advance the much-needed modernization of the WTO. The open global economy underpinned by the WTO has served middle powers well. I think now it's time for them to step up and defend it. Thank you. I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Check. Thank you, Dr. Okonjo-Iweala. Please stay on the stage. I would now like to invite Dr. Posen and Prof. Quah back on stage for a fireside chat, followed by a question and answer session with the audience. If you have questions, please raise your hand so our ushers can bring you a microphone. Please identify yourself by stating your name, title, and organization. Thank you.
Danny, you're up.
Perhaps I could begin our conversation, and we'll eventually come to the audience. But you know, you've delivered a wonderful speech, full of hope for us, who are not necessarily in the front lines of great power rivalry, but are, as you say, third nations or middle powers. And we are, as you say, we have a lot of attributes that aren't often recognized. We are 80% of humanity. Many of the world's most successful economies are tiny economies. And we need some way to square that with a long-held idea that the international economic system can be supported only by great powers, because there's economies of scale. And you've given us a wonderful discussion of at least 3 different ways we can do this. One is we can break down large problems into small, manageable ones. Second is we can work together in groups. And third is, even though the level playing field, many institutions are there for us, they need reform. But for us, the 80% of humanity who are outside of this, we need to work with leadership. And it is WTO leadership that we look to for this. And I wonder if, in terms of developing the idea so we can take it out to more people, where do you see the specific dimensions that we can be continuing to support and work with WTO? And plurilateral institutions is one of them. But are there other ways that you feel that we should be pushing?
Well, thank you, Danny, for that analysis. I think first and foremost, I want to really come at things in a constructive, positive spirit, as you were saying, Dan. No fear, not afraid. You know, the world is full of challenges, and I like to embrace them and look for the opportunities within these challenges. For the WTO, such a coalition that builds should do, the first thing is to look at what are the gains and benefits of this system. Before we go into other things, I really think that people have somehow, they are taking for granted the benefits of the multilateral trading system. And we need to promote these benefits, to highlight them more, because there's a perception that trade is a problem. Trade is not popular, particularly among young people. I'll tell you, when I first took this job, one of my sons said, "How could you do this? How can you go and work at the WTO?" And I had to sit him down, open the Marrakesh Agreement, the preamble, and show him that WTO is for people. Its purpose is to enhance living standards, support sustainable development, and help create jobs. How many young people or people know that? That's what attracted me, and I said, look, if this organization whose purpose was this is being seen as not doing that, we have to change it. So the number one task for me, for such a coalition, is to highlight the benefits of the system. Yes, it's about tariffs and liberalizing trade and opening traders, but it's not all. What about product standards that the organization safeguards, and human safety and intellectual property and government procurement, and the fact that we have an agreement, the Information and Technology Agreement, that liberalized the trade on computer equipment, servers, all these things, $3 trillion worth of goods that underpin the digital economy and AI is being traded in a way that makes it affordable and accessible. So that's my number one thing. How can we really lift up the benefits of the system, lift up the fact that 1.5 billion people have been lifted out of poverty, that in developed countries they've benefited from this, and you know, the PIIE has done enough research to show in the US the benefits since 1950 of the trading system and the number of jobs created, etc. So that's the first. I think following that popularization of the benefits, if you will, is the fact that the powers can come together to say, look, we recognize the system is not perfect. Let's also admit that there were people left behind. There are developing countries and poorer countries who feel they've not benefited enough from the system. And it is true. If you look at the shares of trade, of world trade, of Africa, for instance, it stagnated at around 3%, you know, for the past decade. Least developed countries, around 1%. So they keep feeling they are not getting enough. Poor people and poor regions in rich countries feel somehow the trading system has worked against them, even rightly or wrongly. So let's accept this, and also then, in accepting that, try to look for the opportunities to make the system work better. If we don't acknowledge this, then we cannot make it work. And there are ways and instruments to do that. And the third one of those is also to reform what needs to be reformed. So build on the gains, which there are many, but also admit, okay, level playing field. There are concerns by many members, big and small, on these issues. Let's tackle them. Let's not say the system doesn't work. What I don't want is to say there are these issues, it doesn't work, we'll bypass it. No, because I think that's going to create more issues. I think we should reform it, and middle powers can take part in those reforms. Fourthly, let's be more innovative and creative. Look at new instruments, not be shy to say that in this organization we can work with multiple instruments. The multilateral instrument is still by far and away the best and most preferred, just like consensus is by far and away the best. But that doesn't mean we cannot look at new ways of doing business, like these plurilaterals, any other types of instruments that will advance the cause of trade. So let me stop it there. No. You can see I get very excited. I didn't know trade could be so exciting.
We'll come to the audience in a moment. Madam Director General, your speech and your response just now to Danny's question is a beautiful setting out of the agenda for the WTO in your second term. And we're very proud to have you speaking it here at the Next Step Conference. I do want to pick up and, to the extent possible, ask you to reinforce the point about consensus, or how to adapt around consensus. I like very much your statement that it's a precious good and we shouldn't overuse it, because if the system does not deliver, then what's the point? Mm-hmm. And you mentioned, I speak bluntly, I can say what some others cannot, that right now, in addition to China and the US, India in particular, the Indian government is playing a blocking role in a number of useful areas. Without asking you to comment on that, just for these largest economies, what are some of the arguments you think can be made to persuade them that it's in their interest to let others proceed? Because in a sense, like you said, we don't need to be scared of a world where the environment is less benign than it's been in the past. We might need to be a little scared if a China or an India or a US is blocking others making progress. So what are some of the directions of argumentation or of politics or of ideas where you think we can persuade some of these great powers to at least let the rest of the world get on with it?
Well, you know, I have to say I'm an ally of each and every member.
Yes, of course you are.
So, Adam,
I'm not, you are.
I am, I want to make that clear. Because I was asked that question a couple of days ago, and I said I'm an ally of every member.
And you are.
But within that context, you asked what can we say and do to make sure that this system works and delivers for everyone, which is an excellent question. And I have to say that one of the questions I have to answer most, maybe members individually don't, but as the DGWs, why haven't you been able to move this agreement? Why haven't you been able to move that agreement? And you know, it's a member-driven organization. So sometimes when I get that question, I say, go and ask the members, you know, but it tends to come to me. I think there are one or two things. The first is that I think we need to listen carefully to the concerns of those members who say they have issues and make them believe they are being listened to, because sometimes they feel aggrieved that we are not being listened to, we are just being called names and so on. So let's listen carefully to their concerns and then try to tackle those. But by the same token, they must be willing, once the concerns are listened to show some flexibility in order for us to arrive at the common good. Because sometimes those that pay the price for agreements not moving are the poorer and smaller countries. And even though they themselves can block, sometimes they feel like we should be careful. So listen to the concerns, make them feel they are listened to, but at the same time, plead with them for flexibility. Why? We can give you numbers. Let's take the fisheries subsidies agreement. We've done the first one, thank God, on illegal fishing of our high seas. We're working on overfishing and overcapacity. Whilst we're taking time over this, our oceans are becoming increasingly overfished. In 1970, they were 7% overfished. The number now, according to the FAO, is 38%. According to the Minderoo Foundation of Australia, that does really good work, it's worse than that, it's 49%. So when are we going to close this agreement? When we're 100% overfished? It's taking 22 years. So is this, and who is losing? Small countries who have more ocean that they cannot monitor than land. They are the ones losing. So it's trying to, so you said, what can we do? We've tried to put the numbers, because we have numbers, to make the argument that if you really care about developing countries and development, some of these agreements will help developing countries. So we need to close on them. And I think it's in that direction, facts, figures. And if you want leadership of developing countries, they also have to see that their interests are being taken into account and they're being delivered, that things are being delivered for them.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask one more question of the DG. Danny will ask one more question, and then we'll open it to the audience. Dr. Okonjo-Iweala.
Just call me Ngozi.
Oh, I have a written instruction to call you Dr. Okonjo-Iweala. My dear Ngozi.
Yeah.
I must be mispronouncing. Anyway, you mentioned bravely and rightly, I think, the issue of subsidies, that is, justified or not, that is contributing to a very strong sense of injustice in the system. Roughly 6 years ago, there was an effort with the EU, the US, and Japan ahead of, I think it was the Buenos Aires Ministerial, to try to get a deal on subsidies. Our colleague at Peterson, Cecilia Malmström, was European Trade Commissioner then. Others in this room worked on it. So just a two-part question. What do you think can be done at this point to talk about subsidies to try to get some sense of fairness back in the system? And again, coming back to the theme, what role can the middle powers, who do not have the bankrolls that the great powers do, to play to try to get the subsidies under control?
Well, the subsidies conversation, you're absolutely right. Some work was launched in a tripartite way, but somehow stalled and didn't go anywhere and was left, I think, because the subject is so fraught and delicate. You know, whereas the US, EU, others, even some middle powers complain about unfair subsidies and on level playing field, industrial subsidies from China's side. China complains about agricultural subsidies. Everyone complains now about environmental subsidies. So there's plenty of complaint and blame to go around. And I think what we need to do first is to persuade everyone, including China also, on transparency. Part of the problem with China is what we shared with them, that the reporting and part of our role is monitoring, and the reporting, the monitoring, the transparency function, getting the data has not been as regular as it should have been, and they've tried to step up. And I thank them for doing that, but we need to have it regularly and to be more open and acknowledged. We recently did a trade policy review of China, and we found additional subsidies of about $36 billion and others, but this is the one that we were able to agree after a great deal of discussion. They agreed that we should publish it, and this is a good step and a good beginning. So the first is transparency from everyone on the subsidies. At the Secretariat, we launched a piece of work which we're still being bashed for by all sides, to try to get this data out and analyzed in a format that is more accessible to the public and more open. And so we started this platform. We are working with the IMF and World Bank on it, and the OECD. It's always good to have other international organizations. We pool our information. So one answer is to do more work and more research, because it's one thing to make accusations, but they've got to be followed up by facts. And when I took the job, and this was one of the first issues, and I said, well, do we have any information, any work? And I heard about this tripartite. I went to look, but it didn't go anywhere. So first is, and we would welcome your work to put the numbers out. Once we have a bit of visibility on what we're talking about from major, those who have the deep pockets, that could really help in trying to say, okay, what do we do with this? That's the first step. Second step is to recognize that the world has changed, and perhaps the subsidy rules we had in the past may not be fit for purpose. Right. I really think we need another conversation on what types of subsidies are needed these days to deal with the world's problems now. How should they be governed? And what should be the rules? And how do we put some boundary? Because not all have the deep pockets.
Right.
And so how do you maintain competition, if those who are very rich can just subsidize their way out of or into production and others cannot compete? But we need that conversation. We need ambassadors to have it. We need ministers to have it. I think it will lead then to trying to come up, because we have climate change, new environmental subsidies we have to deal with. You have developing countries who want policy space to industrialize themselves, and they too are saying, well, to the extent we can we use any of these instruments? So to summarize, I think we need to start a dialogue. It will be one of the most difficult issues to deal, just like national security, where we also need reform and agreement on what constitutes and where can the guardrails on that be. So these are some of the tough areas where I think middle powers could help push.
Thank you so much.
I'm struck, Director General, by your emphasis also that I don't want to let it go unremarked on individual responsibility of nation states, whether they're great powers or middle powers. I think many many of us are carrying around an image of the world that says that the great powers, or China and the US to name two, have not been helpful and have scuppered the international trading system. But what you've told us is that, well, in addition to that, there are so many challenges that individual nations, whether great powers or middle powers or small states, need to better understand about the complexities of trade. It used to be we could just tell a win-win story, comparative advantage, and then leave it at that. But now we've got nations using trade tools for non-trade purposes. We've got nations worrying about income inequality, people left behind, none of which are necessarily repaired by just trade alone. And so, you've told us a picture now of a variegated landscape where WTO has a role at managing sort of the global landscape. And each of us, whether we're middle power or great power, also needs to fight the good fight for trade. And I suppose mine is not so much a comment, but wanting to bring you out on this, that was it that earlier on, most people thought about just the national effects on trade and not so much on how it's now used in economic statecraft, how it's now used in terms of discussions about within nation income inequality. What can the rest of us do to help the global narrative on the benefits of trade, given this much more complicated landscape now?
Well, first, I want to make clear that the big powers have also been helpful. I mean, both the US, China, and India have in their own ways also done things that are helpful. But I'm sure each will also admit that they also have their issues. So I wouldn't want, I think if they were totally unhelpful, then the institution would be totally stuck, and it's not. Many things are moving in the organization, a lot of work. Actually, I get frustrated because, since the dispute settlement system, the upper tier, the appellate body, was hobbled, the organization has become defined by that, and people just think, oh, not much is happening because this doesn't work. Absolutely not. Even that system is working in the first panel. We would like to repair it so that the whole thing works, and the powers have been helpful. But that being said, I think we could move much more faster and in a more dynamic fashion if everyone stepped back a bit and recognized that they created this system to make agreements that necessarily involve compromise. I think it's been forgotten that this is a negotiating forum where you have to, no one can get the most ideal deal in the world. You can't, by nature, the very nature of the way that agreements are made. And what I think is a problem is, I think some nations feel, I must get what is the best for me. And if I don't get it, I'm going to not let anything else happen. That's not, if we come at it in that way, then things really get held up. So we must be more flexible. At the same time, in doing these agreements, everyone needs to feel that they have not really been cheated. So developing countries need to come out feeling that, okay, I didn't get what I wanted, but on balance, this is a fair deal for everyone all around. So it's how to achieve that. And I think it's stepping back. When the organization was initially created, I think it was mostly big powers around the block, maybe 23, much like-minded nations, and maybe they never thought at the speed at which some of the other nations would come up and the challenges that would pose within the system. And I think that has been an internal kind of challenge that is not much talked about, but I think we have to have a conversation about it, because I do think there are solutions to it. We've proven that even with all these challenges, we can deliver agreements, as we did at the 12th Ministerial. So it is how to convince people that we can be winners together and we should be winners together because we don't have a choice in this much troubled world. To deliver, we have to deliver. And two, that the spirit of compromise needs to come back. Otherwise, if you're in an organization with 166 members, where each member insists on getting exactly what they want without compromise, then there's no point. Each person, each nation can just go and do what it wants on its own. But we know that doesn't work, don't we? That's why people joined and are still joining. We just admitted 2 new members. We have a list of 22 wanting to join because people recognize the benefits. So I don't have a neat answer to your question, but I do have the strong conviction that to make it work, members need to step back and remember the nature of the organization, the purpose, the need for flexibility and compromise, and above all, why are you there? You're there to serve people. You're there to serve people. And if year after year you're not producing agreements and decisions and, you know, a forum to resolve problems that are serving people, then you need to question yourself.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
I believe there's a question at table 2, Dr. Chung, and you had raised your hand. If not, if your phone's too important, we can go across the table.
Yeah, my name is Chol Chung. I'm from the Federation of Korean Industries. Thank you so much for your insightful remarks on the importance of middle power. I agree, and you know, it's very important for the middle powers to play some critical roles in the multilateral trading system. I agree in theory, but in practice, we have to meet the reality, right? Within a couple of months, there's going to be a new Trump administration in the United States, right? So, as you mentioned, the middle powers are important in the world trade collectively. But when you deal with the Trump administration, the middle powers cannot deal with them collectively, right? They should be doing that individually. So it's going to be a bilateral. And
sorry, can we get to a question?
oh, sure. From the actually perspective of the companies, basically, they have to deal with the new different environment. So trade was very important in the past, maybe. As you mentioned, the environment has changed, right? The world has changed. So now I think the investment has become more important. And there are so much uncertainties and the inconsistencies.
Can we get to a question, please?
Right. So I'd like to hear about the role of the WTO, your plan to deal with this kind of dilemma, because how would you unite maybe middle powers under the umbrella of the WTO to deal with for example, the Trump administration?
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't see uniting middle powers to deal with any administration. The idea of middle powers is not a negative or fearful force. That's not the way I see it at all. I do believe the incoming administration, they've been there before, and they were at the WTO. They have certain issues. We saw the appellate body, but there were also positive contributions to the WTO. So I want to come at it with a very productive and constructive attitude. I really want us to work with the administration, to listen to what are their concerns, and try to work with them to solve those concerns. So when I talk about coming together, it's in the positive dynamics that Adam mentioned, not to deal with, but to affirm what is good. It's one thing to come together to deal with something. No. I think they come together to affirm the goodness and utility and importance of something. And I think when you're coming at things from that direction with a positive viewpoint, you're likely to get more of a look-see than if you are coming at it by saying, let us organize. I don't see any need to do that, actually. To be honest, I'm not trying to be not overconfident, but I'm not afraid either. I think we should not really be fearful, but we should be ready to engage in dialogue. So that group can do something in that direction. Secondly, even if you have bilateral, middle powers like to make themselves feel like, oh, they're totally helpless. But they're not. There's a reason why Singapore is always invited to G20 meetings. It's not a G20 member. It must be because G20 powers see something very, very helpful in Singapore that is able to punch so much above its weight and talk to both sides. So even in your bilateral relations, you can bring up the fact that, look, the multilateral institution matters. The issue is, are bilateral powers willing to use some of that political capital to also safeguard the multilateral system? And I'm arguing they should. It shouldn't be bilateral, multilateral. You must introduce the importance of the multilateral into your bilateral conversation. Because imagine if you get wonderful bilateral deals, but you still have 50 or 60% of your trade outside of the United States, and the rules that govern that trade are not there. What are you going to do? That's what I tried to say in my speech. Let's get a sense of perspective. Some of this trade, the numbers, don't quite show up the amount of attention that we spend. Please remember that you have multiple trading partners. 50 or 60% of your trade is actually outside the big powers. And if the rules that govern that for businesses, you're sending goods to Brazil or to Colombia or to South Africa or Nigeria, and there are no rules of the game, how are you going to sell your products? And my final comment is businesses are not exactly powerless either. I often say to the business community and associations, where is your voice? Governments don't trade, you trade. So why aren't you speaking up and saying how important the WTO is? And my favorite stories of the semiconductor industry, they love us. They came to visit us so many times saying how good they do. I said, I've never heard you outside say anything. But they did. They took out an ad on CNN, which I happened to see, saying how strong and great the WTO is. So if it matters for you, don't just leave it to government. Take action.
Lovely.
So
we have a question over at table 4, and then we'll come back to table 2, unless is there somebody in back at 13? Yeah, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you so much for these comments. My name is Mary Lovely. I'm a senior fellow at the Peterson Institute. It's my pleasure to be here. You had a perfect segue to my question, which is about the fact that governments don't trade, businesses do. And it seems to me that a lot of discussion, we're missing kind of the center actor, which is multinational corporations. Many people in developing countries and in developed countries see the WTO as an actor in favor of MNCs. They look at the internet agreement, the product quality agreements even, the IP agreements as benefiting corporations rather than themselves. I mean, I understand it's a member-driven organization, but how do these issues manifest inside the WTO, and where do you think we're going with this in terms of using these forces for good as opposed to the fears that people have, which is about overconcentration and more concentration of wealth? Thank you.
Thank you. I think the overconcentration of production of goods and services is something we've commented on that we think something should be done about it. And I think it's de-risking the world if you can deconcentrate supply chains. So we're very clear about that. And it's part of our re-globalization drive. So I just want to put that on the table, that the world is more vulnerable when 90% of production of something is concentrated in one country or the other. So we are not at all, we are for trying to deconcentrate. We're just saying it doesn't have to mean you bringing everything back home to produce everything, because that also makes you more vulnerable. If you have an event, a climate change event, for instance, can affect if everything is produced at home. Just try to deconcentrate to those countries and regions that haven't had a chance. So on that. But and I believe that that's also one way to deal with inequality through trade. So global inequality, you know, is a thing of concern, as well as inequality within nations. And I think that to try to help solve the problem, we need to find instruments, trade instruments that can help, an investment, as the gentleman said, that can help bring those at the margins. Now, who are those? I already mentioned poor countries and poor regions, poor people in rich countries. There are regions in rich countries that are not benefiting, not necessarily sometimes because of trade, but the issue is, can trade help do anything? The same thing with micro, medium, and small enterprises, women owned MSMEs and so on. We need to find ways to integrate them better into global trade. In almost every country, including here in Singapore, micro, medium, and small enterprises are the bulk of business. And they are the ones that create jobs and so on. So the idea, and we are for them. We have a whole working group among members focused on micro, medium, and small enterprises. And the world may not know it, and their active thing is to look and see how can we get them to benefit more from the system. It's just that the news doesn't get out about the work that is being done on these. And when we look at rules, by the way, when we don't have rules, they are the ones that suffer. Rules help those who don't have the clout. If you're a big a big multinational corporation, you can navigate like a big country, right? Make your deals, speak to the powers that be, make sure your company doesn't get hurt. How does a small micro or medium enterprise get to the powers that be? They don't. So they can only rely on rules. So I want to say to those who think that rules are to favor big companies, absolutely not. The big multilaterals don't need. They can go and make their deals, just like big countries. It is the rules benefit the small, micro, and medium, and that's why we insist the e-commerce rules that are being negotiated will help micro, medium, and small enterprises more, because the big companies are navigating on their own and making the deals. So that's my answer, that the rules-based system at the WTO actually works to the favor of those who don't have the power, and not the other way around.
Okay, great. If the gentleman at table 13 can be very concise with the question.
Sorry, I'm not concise.
No.
Trade is very complicated.
Danny and I tried to be concise. We have limitations. Can be very concise. We'll get in one more question with apologies to those others.
Good morning. I'm Kok Chung from the Singapore Environment Council, a local NGO. I've got a question on the rise of green trade barriers. You mentioned about the need for greater transparency in environmental subsidies just now. So beyond that, is there more that the WTO can do to facilitate some sensible common environmental requirements as a discouragement of unilaterally imposed green requirements? Thanks.
Thank you for the clarity and concision.
Thank you very much. I think there are several things the WTO is trying to do. Let me just stick to one, which is, I'm sure you're referring to the rise of environmental measures like the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, the CBAM, that is being done in the EU, now the UK, Canada, and others will follow, which are seen by many developing countries as protectionist. So it is very important that we bring trade policies and environmental policies together so we don't end up with trade frictions at the WTO. And to do that, we have to see how can countries meet their desire to lower carbon emissions and get to net zero by 2050 without being seen as harming the trade interests of others. On the issue of carbon pricing, we've decided to take a proactive approach from the WTO Secretariat by trying to form a task force to look at a global approach to carbon pricing. We have seen that there are 75 fragmented carbon pricing and taxing regimes and other mechanisms all over the world, and they are not interoperable, making it very difficult for business when they trade. So we are trying to develop a global approach. So instead of a developing country coming to me and saying the EU has put the CBAM, it's protectionist, they can have a decent conversation by saying, look, you're asking me to pay my goods when they arrive will meet a carbon price or tax of $100 per ton of CO2. But excuse me, in my country, we already have a carbon price of $25 per ton. We've internalized that price in our goods. Therefore, you can't ask us to pay this. It will generate a conversation and a discussion instead of accusations. So we're trying to develop this system, this framework, whereby developing countries, rich countries, can have a framework of a carbon pricing approach against which we can measure what they're doing. And that will enable a more civilized conversation that is not accusations about protectionism, but actually, how can we calibrate this so that we meet both environmental and trade policy goals?
Terrific. Thank you. If I can ask you all to express your appreciation to the newly re-elected Director General of the WTO.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Okonjo-Iweala, Dr. Posen, and Prof. Quah for the wonderful conversation. We will now be taking a 30-minute break. Refreshments, including coffee and tea, are available in the foyer. We will reconvene at 10:45 a.m. for remarks by Mr. Masato Kanda, the President-elect of the Asian Development Bank and Special Advisor to the Cabinet of the Prime Minister in Japan. Some housekeeping notes for the remainder of the conference. If you require assistance at any time during the conference, you may approach one of the staff members around the ballroom or at the registration tables out front. We ask attendees to have your name tag at all times for identification purposes. And lastly, we want to hear what you're thinking about the discussions throughout the day. There are post-it notes on your respective tables and markers. Please feel free to write down your thoughts and questions during the panels and discussions and paste them on our burning questions board or banner at the back of the room. Our moderators and speakers will review them and address some of your questions. They will also be distributed for tonight's breakout dinners for your collective consideration. Thank you again, Dr. Okonjo-Iweala. We will reconvene at 10:45 a.m. Thank you. check 1, 2. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats as we will begin the next panel shortly. Also, a gentle reminder to ensure that your mobile devices are set to silent mode to avoid disrupting the proceedings. We will be starting shortly. Please. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. We would now like to invite Mr. Masato Kanda, incoming president of the Asian Development Bank and special advisor to the Cabinet of Prime Minister Japan, for his remarks. Mr. Kanda, please come to the stage.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. It is a great honor to be here today to speak after the inspiring keynote speech by Ngozi and interesting discussion with Adam and Danny. Again, thank you very much indeed, Adam and Danny, for providing me with a precious opportunity to address in front of a very distinguished audience. So thank you very much. Today, I'm going to speak on a topic that is essential to the future of our global economy and beyond, multilateralism and international cooperation. I will start my speech with briefly describing the economic challenges we face today. As we are all aware, the global economy has been facing many challenges since the COVID pandemic. The pandemic-related supply disruptions, alongside the release of pent-up demand, and accumulated savings underpinned by massive fiscal support caused strong inflationary pressures. On top of that, Russia's war against Ukraine led to a severe energy and food crisis, fueling decades-high global inflation. An abrupt tightening of monetary and financial conditions posed significant economic challenges, especially to vulnerable countries and people. While the number of people in extreme poverty globally had been steadily declining until the pandemic, this progress has stalled amid the low growth due to the pandemic and subsequent economic disruptions. More recently, the United States and the European central banks have started cutting rates against the backdrop of progress in disinflation and changes in labor market conditions. Nevertheless, we are still facing large uncertainty in the political and economic landscape, and we should stay vigilant to any risks that could affect sustainable growth of the global economy, especially of vulnerable countries. Amidst these challenges, the principles of multilateralism and international cooperation remains as important as ever for fostering economic growth and global stability. Since the world economy has become so interconnected, we should act together to deal with global challenges. Otherwise, the global economy could become fragmented, disorderly, and unstable. In my speech today, I will address the critical role of multilateral economic cooperation, the benefits of free trade, and the importance of international collaboration, with a particular focus on Japan's contribution in these areas. I will speak in my capacity as a special advisor to the Prime Minister Ishiba and Finance Minister Kato of Japan, but in the last part of my speech, I'd like to briefly touch upon the Asian Development Bank as the extremely important organization for regional collaboration and prosperity, since I was recently elected as the next president. Let's begin by considering the fundamental importance of multilateralism and free trade system. A free and open global economic system is a cornerstone of economic prosperity for all nations. This has been proven over time when countries engage in trade based on comparative advantage. The result is greater efficiency, lower prices of consumers, and a general boost to global economic growth. One key organization that has played an instrumental role in maintaining this multilateral approach is, of course, the World Trade Organization under the leadership of Ngozi. The WTO has been pivotal in shaping the rule-based multilateral trade system. Through its efforts, the WTO has helped establish a global framework where trade can occur transparently and fairly, with all nations adhering to a common set of rules. The benefits of free trade are undeniable. First, increased efficiency in production. When nations specialize in industries where they have a comparative advantage, production becomes more efficient and resources are allocated in the most optimal way. Second, lower prices and more diverse options for consumers. Free trade brings a wider variety of goods and services at lower prices to consumers, improving standards of living worldwide. Third, economic growth. By allowing nations to export and import freely, global economic growth is boosted, benefiting everyone. Productivity growth can be enhanced with free trade, owing to broader markets, promoting competition and technological diffusion. However, the rise of geo-economic fragmentation is a growing concern in the current geopolitical climate. Economic protectionism, through measures such as high tariffs or subsidies aimed at protecting domestic industries, could undermine the benefits of free trade system I've just mentioned. This trend poses risks beyond just economic impact. It can lead to instability and tensions between nations. The lessons of the pre-World War II with the rise of economic blocs are still relevant today. These restrictions can have far-reaching consequences, leading to divisions that go beyond economics and into the political and social realms, even killing millions of people. In today's world, where supply chains are complex and interconnected, even small changes in trade regulations can have a cascading effect across borders. While there may be a need for some regulations in trade and investment for reasons related to national economic security, it is crucial that policymakers are mindful of the broader implications of excessive restrictions. In a time of increasing geopolitical tensions, it is more important than ever to maintain international cooperation and not lose sight of the benefit of multilateral engagement. Now, as an actual example of how to implement this strategy, let us turn to the humble Japan's role in promoting international cooperation, particularly in the economic and financial sphere, for which I was responsible as the Vice Minister of Finance of Japan, particularly as G7 chair and ASEAN Plus 3 co-chair last year. Japan has long been advocating for international collaboration, recognizing that global stability and prosperity depend on the collective effort of all nations. One of Japan's key priorities is supporting developing countries, especially those that are particularly vulnerable to external shocks. Vulnerable economies have been disproportionately impacted by rising commodity prices, supply chain disruptions, and even events such as pandemics and geopolitical tensions. Providing assistance to these countries is crucial for ensuring that the stable growth of the global economy. Japan has been actively engaging in addressing debt issues for developing countries, especially those struggling with mounting debt burdens. For instance, Japan has been instrumental in negotiating the G20 Common Framework for Debt Restructuring for Low-Income Countries. The agreement on the Common Framework by all G20 countries in 2020 was a landmark achievement, as it includes both Paris Club member countries and China, which is a larger creditor to developing countries than all Paris Club member countries combined. All G20 countries are committed to debt relief under collaborative and comparable conditions through the Common Framework and agreement of debt restructuring for Chad, Zambia, and Ghana have been already finalized. We have also been advocating for expediting debt relief and enhancing debt transparency. Furthermore, Japan played a key role in facilitating debt treatment for Sri Lanka as one of the co-chairs of the Official Creditors Committee together with India and France. I very much appreciate their cooperation to my call. I believe that the successful finalization of debt treatment between the Official Creditors Committee and Sri Lanka could serve as a leading case for future debt treatment for other middle-income countries. Additionally, Japan has been working to strengthen supply chains, particularly through RISE initiative, which was launched during Japan's G7 presidency in 2023 under my ambition to try not confrontational way to make supply chain resilient. So the RISE, which stands for Resilient and Inclusive Supply Chain Enhancement, aims to strengthen the resilience of supply chains of products related to clean energy by helping low and middle-income countries to play a more important role in these supply chains. The RISE initiatives also contribute to climate change mitigation and sustainable development of developing countries. This reflects Japan's commitment to a constructive approach to economic security, one that promotes development of economy in supply chains while promoting global public goods. The role of multilateral development banks, MDBs, has become increasingly important in addressing global challenges, particularly in supporting the development of vulnerable countries and climate action. These institutions, including the World Bank, the Asian Development Bank, and others, provide important fora for international cooperation, bringing together developed and developing countries as shareholders of each institution. Japan has been a strong supporter of these institutions, recognizing that their role is vital not only for economic growth, but also for addressing shared global challenges such as climate change, health security, and poverty reduction. The support and collaboration facilitated by MDBs allow for coordinated and effective responses to crises and long-term development needs. Global cooperation is indispensable for solving global issues, and the G20 has been an important forum to tackle global challenges. That issue I mentioned earlier is a prime example. As the scale of the economies has grown, the countries of the global south have also expanded their influence in international fora such as G20. Over the past 4 years, global south countries, namely Indonesia, India, and from December, South Africa have all held the presidency of the G20. All of the G20 agenda, including debt issues, climate change, international taxation, and MDB evolution, require collaboration amongst the G20 members, including the Global South countries. In order to tackle these challenges and create innovative and effective solutions to them, we should work together while protecting the fundamental values and rules of the global economy. It is also necessary to avoid getting excessively caught up in the developed versus developing countries framing. An example of this important agenda where global collaboration made a significant achievement is international taxation. The OECD G20 Inclusive Framework, which was established in Kyoto in 2016, has been working hard to build a consensus solution to deal with the international tax challenges arising from globalization and the digitalization of the economy. It successfully came up with two-pillar solutions, and while it is true that it has taken a lot of time, 10 years to reach a consensus on the new rule, especially Pillar 1, which had allocated taxing rights to market economies, we should reignite our political momentum to implement this once-in-a-century reform. I believe that Japan is expected to take an active role in creating global and effective solutions through constructive discussions both multilaterally and bilaterally. When I served as the Vice Minister of Finance, I visited various global South countries, including Mongolia, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tonga, Fiji, and Cote d'Ivoire, among others, in addition to visits for international meetings like the G20. I have deepened Japan's cooperation through dialogues and discussions with these countries, and I'm confident that Japan will continue such engagements and collaborations with global South countries. In Asia, regional financial cooperation is also critical. Japan has been supporting the enhancement of regional collaboration through the ASEAN Plus 3 framework, which includes Singapore as an important member through discussion at this forum. ASEAN countries, along with Japan, China, and Korea, as plus 3 countries, have established the Chiang Mai Initiative, which is a regional currency swap arrangement launched in 2000, drawing on the lessons learned from the Asian financial crisis to address the short-term liquidity difficulties in the region and to supplement the existing international financial arrangements. Last year, Japan co-chaired the ASEAN Plus 3 meetings, where countries agreed to establish a rapid financing facility of the Chiang Mai Initiative to quickly respond to external shocks such as natural disasters and pandemics. This new facility was proposed by myself on the lessons learned from the COVID pandemics and respond to the emerging needs of ASEAN countries. Japan has also been supporting the establishment and activities of AMRO, the ASEAN Plus 3 Macroeconomic Research Office, an international organization located in this country, Singapore. AMRO has been engaged in macroeconomic surveillance of the region and has contributed to the growth and financial stability in the region. Japan's involvement in these initiatives reflects its commitment to a stable and prosperous Asia, with a focus on enhancing financial resilience and fostering economic growth through deeper collaboration within the region. Lastly, I was recently elected as the next president of the ADB. ADB has been the most trusted partner in Asia and the Pacific region, contributing significantly to the region's economic development and poverty reduction. The lending volume of ADB is now the largest amongst regional development banks, both in terms of stock and flow. In my new role, I'm committed to accelerate its new strategic focus areas, including climate action, private sector development, regional cooperation and public goods, digital transformation, and resilience and empowerment. On climate action, ADB has established its reputation as an innovator in climate and development finance, exemplified by a new initiative, innovative climate finance platform, IFCAP, which was officially kicked off at COP29 in November. ADB will continue to be the region's climate bank and to be a role model for other MDBs to foster climate mitigation and adaptation. On regional cooperation, trade and investment flows are increasingly interconnected within the region, and hence, fostering regional cooperation will help garner needed development of financial flows and create favorable macroeconomic environment in the region. ADB will further promote cross-border connectivity, trade integration, financial links, all of which are regional public goods. ADB will continue to play an important role in strengthening international cooperation in Asia and the Pacific region and beyond, and I will make my utmost efforts to advance these goals. In conclusion, as we face a world of increasing uncertainty and complexity, it is more important than ever to champion the principles of multilateralism and free trade. These principles are not just abstract ideals. They are essential for fostering economic growth, stability, and cooperation across the borders. We have been and will continue to actively contribute to promoting international collaboration, both globally and regionally. It is crucial that we remain committed to working together to tackle the challenges of today and tomorrow, whether through supporting developing countries, strengthening regional partnerships, or addressing global crisis. Our collective efforts will be key to ensuring a prosperous and sustainable future for all. We've got to, and indeed we can work together to protect our fundamental values and sustainable and fair system for the next generation and the planet. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kanda. Thank you for your remarks. We would now like to invite Dr. Posen to the stage to join Mr. Kanda for the moderated dialogue session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President-elect Kanda. It's okay. In the interests of efficiency and Kanda-sensei's modesty, we did not give him a proper introduction, but I would just note that after 35 plus years in the service of the Ministry of Finance of Japan in increasingly senior roles, in his last 3 years as Vice Minister for International Affairs, that long list of international agreements he spoke about came about in large part because of his doing. He has been a very effective international civil servant while representing Japan, and we're very honored that today we had his first public statement since being elected unanimously as the next president of the Asian Development Bank. So thank you again, Kanda-san. One of the many reasons I admire you and appreciate your role is the passion you brought to the practical matters. As you said at the end, these are not abstract concepts of free trade. So let me ask you a question building on that. Japan, first and foremost, but many others in Asia, Singapore also, found a benign global environment, open trade as their main path to development. As you take over the ADB, as you think about Japan's role, what advice do you have for other Asian economies still developing? Can they pursue the same export-led growth path that was successful in the past? Are there supplementary paths or alternative paths you think they have to take down?
First of all, thank you very much indeed for your very kind introduction. Thank you. And indeed, this is very much a relevant question for all nations, actually even Japan, including Japan. Export rate growth has undoubtedly been a cornerstone of the Asia's development story. Yeah, this is the fact. Many economies in the region have successfully leveraged their comparative advantages, such as abundant labor, and strategic locations, and integration into global value chains to achieve rapid economic progress. However, there are several challenges at the moment: slowing global trade growth, geopolitical tensions, and shifting global supply chains are creating uncertainties in international trade, automation, and reshoring trends in advanced economies, including Japan, could limit labor-intensive manufacturing opportunities. So, to ensure sustainable and inclusive growth, developing economies in Asia should diversify their strategies. 5 points very briefly. First, strengthening domestic demand. Countries can boost consumption and investment through structural reform and improved social protection system. Second, regional cooperation and integration. Initiatives like the RCEP and enhanced connectivity can support intra-Asian trade and investment, reducing reliance on external market. Third, digital and knowledge economies. Promoting innovation, digital infrastructure, and skill development can position economies to compete in high-value sectors. Fourth, green and inclusive growth. Prioritizing renewable energy, climate resilient infrastructure, and green technology can open new avenues for growth while addressing environmental challenges. Finally, fifth, value chain upgradation. For later developing countries, encouraging industry to move up the value chain shifting from low-cost manufacturing to higher value-added production can improve competitiveness. So Asian developing countries can turn these challenges into opportunities. In your term, can shift these risks to opportunities. Balancing these with domestic demand-driven approaches, regional cooperation, and focus on sustainability and value chain upgradation will help ensure further growth across Asia. Thank you.
Thank you. In the same spirit as Director General Okonjo-Iweala, we're talking about turning risks into opportunities, as you said, positive action. In that spirit, you serve all your members, of whom China and the US are members, so I'm not asking you to comment on this. But as we've discussed earlier, there is space, we hope, for third nations to, including the example of Japan, to make a positive stepping up. Where do you see more promising for third nations in Asia to pursue international cooperation? Where do you see the third nations stepping up?
Thank you. This is a really very relevant question, and we have discussed very much deeply, including the forum of ASEAN Plus 3. I believe the international cooperation is, of course, even more critical than ever, especially as global challenges such as climate change and pandemics require collective action, while the roles of the United States and China are significant. The vast majority of ADB member countries, what you referred as the third nations, are already stepping up in key ways. This is good news. 4 examples. First, regional leadership in cooperation initiative. Countries in Asia and the Pacific are increasingly taking leadership in regional initiatives. For instance, ASEAN members and other regional coalitions are driving integration through frameworks like RCEP, promoting trade, investment, and connectivity. Second, South-South cooperation. Many developing member countries are now sharing their expertise, resources, and solutions through South-South cooperation. Third, innovative approaches to financing and partnerships. Countries are exploring innovative solutions such as blending financing and public-private partnerships to address pressing development challenges. By doing so, they demonstrate leadership in creating replicable models for other regions. Fourth, multilateral collaboration through ADB platforms. ADB itself serves as a vital platform for fostering collaboration amongst its member countries. Initiatives like the Asian Pacific Climate Financing Fund and the regional cooperation platforms such as GMS, Greater Mekong Subregion, and CAREC, Central Asia Regional Economic Cooperation Program, exemplify how countries can work together effectively under a multilateral framework. In a shifting global landscape, it is clear that the smaller and middle-sized countries can play an important role in driving multilateral cooperation. The ADB can empower these countries, providing them with the financial and technical resources needed to lead regional and global progress.
Thank you. This is probably an opportune moment to remind everyone, including those in the States and in Europe and in other time zones across the Global South, that all of this is on the record. All of these videos will be available on the Peterson website, I believe on the NUS website as well. And for those of you who found Kanda Sensei's, I shouldn't say Sensei, Kanda-sama's density of content too much to get the first time, you will have another opportunity to read the transcript. Another related question, and again, credit to you and to Japan, is you've managed to get agreement in some areas, progress on the Common Framework on International Debt, your chairmanship of the corporate governance regime, discussions of the OECD, but organizations you've been involved with, like the G7, the G20, have had difficulty coming to consensus, sometimes not even getting a communique out. We talked a bit about the role of consensus at the WTO earlier. How do you see the ADB navigating the desire to get things done versus the institutional mandate for consensus? How are you going to pursue this?
Yeah, thank you very much. This is really fundamental dilemma or challenges for any international organization, particularly after the next January in the United States. So while I acknowledge the challenges faced by international organizations like the G20, the IMF, and the WTO, I believe the ADB can operate within a uniquely collaborative framework that allows it to navigate geopolitical divisions and achieve tangible results. For instance, ADB's work is grounded in universally recognized development priorities such as poverty reduction, sustainable development, climate action, and economic resilience. These shared goals can provide a common foundation that transcends geopolitical divides, enabling member countries to align on practical solutions. ADB also works closely with other multilateral institutions, private sector entities, and civil society organizations to build coalitions that amplify the impact of our program. These partnerships can ensure broader buy-in and mitigate the risks of deadlock. While geopolitical divisions could be a challenge, the ADB's mission to promote sustainable and inclusive development aligns with the long-term interests of all its members. By staying focused on such core mandate and maintaining a solution-oriented approach, we can contribute to make meaningful progress even in a challenging global environment. Thank you.
Thank you. A number of us at the Peterson Institute, including Warwick McKibben, Maury Obstfeld, Olivier Blanchard, myself, Kimberly Clausing, have done analyses of various aspects of the Trump administration's proposed policies. And it seems quite likely that if they do many of the things they're going to say they're going to do, including financial deregulation, that we will see another dollar credit cycle, that there will be large capital inflows to the US, although Warwick's modeling shows there are some instances where it would not. But tariffs, higher interest rates, fiscal policy, geopolitical risk, which would tend to lead to another surge in dollar credit, higher interest rates, and then presumably eventually a correction. Obviously, dealing with such issues is also a core part of the ADB's mission. How do you think Asian economies should manage the risks of such a cycle going forward?
Thank you very much. This is a really timely question when the foreign exchange market is quite volatile in these days. And I've got to be a bit careful not to make noise to the market. But this is really important, so I'll try to respond. While the dollar facilitates cross-border transactions and reserves, it also exposes economies to vulnerabilities, particularly during dollar credit cycles, as you mentioned, characterized by the period of rising dollar values and tightening liquidity. To manage these risks effectively, Asian economies should adopt a multi-pronged strategy. Probably I will mention the 4 points. First, strengthening domestic macroeconomic fundamentals, maintaining prudent fiscal policies, sustainable debt levels, and strong monetary frameworks is essential to mitigate the impact of dollar fluctuations. Robust economic fundamentals can bolster investor confidence and reduce reliance on volatile external capital. Second, adequate foreign exchange reserves and regional safety nets. Adequate foreign exchange reserves provide a buffer against external shocks. Additionally, regional mechanisms like the Chiang Mai Initiative can offer financial support to countries facing short-term liquidity issues. And recently agreed the rapid financing facility will be a very strong safety net in addition. The third, developing local currency bond markets. Promoting local currency bond markets can help reduce dependence on the external borrowing in US dollars. ADB has been a strong advocate for this through initiative like the Asian Bond Market Initiative. We call it ABUMI, ABMI, which supports the development of the deep and liquid local currency market. And finally, the fourth, enhancing financial resilience and regulation. Strengthening banking and financial systems to ensure adequate risk management practices is critical. Regulators should monitor currency mismatches and unhedged exposures in private sector borrowing to reduce vulnerability to dollar credit cycles. So ADB can work with member countries to implement these strategies, providing the financial support and technical assistance to enhance resilience. Proactive risk management can enable Asian economies to navigate dollar credit cycles more effectively, ensuring stability and sustained growth. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to, given President-elect Kanda's ascension at the ADB, we did not take audience questions. I'm going to try to get in one last question before we head to the next session. Circling back to something you said earlier, Asia, particularly Southeast Asia around ASEAN, ASEAN +3, but then CPTPP much more broadly, RCEP, is a source of regional economic integration. How, and you mentioned it in a positive light, how do you think the ADB can and should support such efforts? How far should the ADB be neutral versus encouraging of integration in Asia?
Yeah, thank you very much. As I mentioned, we have multiple tools, instruments, and more importantly, the range of the partners, not only the governments, but the civil society and the think tanks like you, and very broad coalition with the industries in the region. So, and I'm very positive, or I believe in the humanity, believing in the common value of the justice or peace and so on. So maybe given this rather difficult situation in the almost all national states, I mean the rising populism amidst the probably widening the the income gap or disparity, and the in a sense the anger of the normal people against the establishments and all existing institutions. Probably ADB, which is quite politically neutral but very much professional and knowledge-based organization, can be a sort of the hub for the fight to protect the shared values of humanity. So I'm humbly committed to make my best efforts to work for these very important initiatives, not only for Asia, but beyond. I mean, so we all are sharing the same risks and opportunities for the next generations. And I will be, very humble a part of the collective efforts going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, President-elect Kanda. Just as we heard from Director General of the WTO, Okonjo-Iweala, President-elect Kanda of the ADB ultimately feels strongly that it's about the people. And that's why we come together. That's why LKY School and PIIE are together. And we're very grateful and honored that President-elect Kanda chose to let us host him for his first statement publicly since his election. Please join me in thanking the President.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kanda and Dr. Posen, for the conversation and insightful remarks. We will be moving on to our next segment, the keynote remarks by Minister Don Farrell, Minister for Trade and Tourism, Australia. May we now invite Minister Farrell on stage, please, as soon as the photo op is completed. Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, once again, good morning. I am obviously not Minister Don Farrell from Australia, but I thought I would come up and say just a quick word of introduction before I bring the Minister on. In a minute, it will be my great pleasure to welcome to our meeting the Honourable Don Farrell, Australia's Minister for Trade and Tourism. But just before he comes on, I wanted to bring out again some statements that Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala had impressed upon us this morning. She said that the agency and influence of middle states are critical at this point in the history of the global economy. By middle powers, she does not mean just those who are a little bit below the great powers. She means inclusively all the nations for whom the continued operation of the international economy is so urgent. So it's with that background that it is my pleasure to bring to us a view from Australia. The Minister, the Honourable Don Farrell, will speak to us on what is very much the theme of the entire conference and the theme of what Dr. Ngozi had described to us this morning, how robust rules of the road are so essential to the global challenges that we face going forwards as geopolitical rivalry continues to intensify. So please join me in welcoming to the stage Minister Don Farrell.
Thank you, Danny, for that very kind introduction. And I'm very pleased to be here at the Lee Kuan Yew Institute. Over a very long lifetime, I've had two interactions with Lee Kuan Yew. And I apologise to those people who were at the dinner last night who've heard this story already, but I will embellish it a little bit, so there will be some new information in the story. But I was a student at Adelaide University in the 1970s, and at the end of each year, I would have worked through the year, earned enough money to fly somewhere overseas. And in 1975, I flew from Australia to Kuala Lumpur. In those days, you could hitchhike, so I hitchhiked all the way from Kuala Lumpur down to the Causeway, expecting to come into Singapore. Unfortunately, when we got to the border at the Causeway, there were all these signs describing how long a man could have his hair before you were admitted into Singapore. And my hair, it's hard to believe now, I've got hardly any left, but back then it was quite long. And I was travelling with a mate of mine, and we each had to cut each other's hair at the Causeway in order to be admitted to Singapore. It was our great ambition to stay here at Raffles, of course. It was the most famous hotel in Asia, and rooms were $20 a night. Unfortunately, we were on a budget, and so we had to stay next door at the Tonga Hotel. Now, I don't think it still exists. I think it might have been knocked down. But that was only $10 a night. So my one and only opportunity to stay at Raffles for $20 has long passed. But fast forward 35 years and I'm the Australian Water Minister. Of course, water, a very important issue in Australia. It's particularly important in my home state of South Australia. And as Water Minister, I came up to Singapore for Water Week, which is still a very important meeting up here. In fact, we were staying at the Tonga, which is next door, which is on Beach Road, when Beach Road was on the beach. Now it's 30 or 40 kilometres from the beach, I think. So anyway, I'm here at Water Week, and I get invited to the Lee Kuan Yew Water Awards. And who should I meet in 2010 but Lee Kuan Yew? And I recounted this story to him, and both of us had a big laugh about that. So that's my two interactions with Lee Kuan Yew. But can I thank the Peterson Institute for International Economics and the University of Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy for this terrific invitation. It's a hackneyed phrase to say that we are at an inflection point, but the reality is that we are. The global trading system has been facing many stresses in recent years. The Russian invasion of Ukraine has been a reminder that vigilance is the price of lasting peace. Supply shortages and disruptions caused by COVID-19 showed us that even sophisticated global supply chains are not immune from global shocks. We've all had to rethink about economic security and resilience, particularly the risk of concentrated supply chains. Sometimes economic independence is misused, with stronger players flouting rules that undermine economic security and prosperity for big and small nations. The economic cohesion weakens trust between countries, which has a knock-on effect regionally and globally. The intensification of geostrategic competition risks fracturing global cohesion, including in the sphere of global trade and investment. After decades of building a multilateral trading system underpinned by common rules of the road, a turn away from free and fair trade has emerged in some parts of the world in recent years. But all of us in this room know the benefits of an open, rules-based trade and investment system, a system that has underpinned historic gains in global security and prosperity, most notably for the past 35 years across the Indo-Pacific region. The fact is, our clear collective interest in a stable, predictable and transparent global order, including trade rules, hasn't gone away. The point I want to make today is that in the context of intense pressure on the global trading system, our region has agency. In 2025, it will be incumbent on those of us who understand the benefits of global trade rules to actively engage in support of the multilateral trading system with the World Trade Organization at its core. Of course, if the system is going to remain relevant, it must adapt to new realities, realities that were not present several decades ago. We have to shape and protect our own economic prosperity by ensuring that the global system meets the needs of all. This means being prepared to revise existing rules or develop new ones that effectively meet the needs of our world as it is today and for tomorrow. And it means considering innovative approaches with our international partners where multilateral agreement might not immediately be achievable. So today, I want to talk to you about what the Indo-Pacific can step up its collective efforts and exercise its agency in three clear ways. The first is sharpening our efforts on reinvigorating the WTO. The WTO remains the preeminent forum for creating, monitoring and enforcing global trade rules. But the WTO must continue to evolve to be fit for purpose. It's encouraging that the WTO and its predecessor, GATT, has demonstrated over the decades an ability to adapt by creating frameworks to help govern new developments in trade. We need to keep the pressure on to reform the WTO. A key priority is fixing the dispute resolution system. To overcome the non-functioning of the WTO appellate body, Australia and others established the Multi-Party Interim Appeal Arbitration Arrangement. It's a temporary arrangement, but nevertheless demonstrates that exercising agency can result in practical solutions. Ultimately, we need high-level political buy-in to reshape the WTO, including the dispute settlement system. We need to lift WTO reform out of the trenches of Geneva negotiations and drive it with senior-level political support. On the subject of leadership, I was delighted that the WTO Director-General, Dr Ngozi, was reappointed to this role last week. She's an impressive leader who will continue to have Australia's unwavering support. But make no mistake, the economies of Southeast Asia have the agency to shape the direction of global trading architecture. We can make a big difference in this effort. If we cannot address concerns on key areas like dispute settlement and national security, then we risk the system being abandoned. Countries in our region can play a role in advocating for the reshaping as a better outcome than abandonment. Secondly, we need to advance our rule-making efforts. Trade rules support fair competition by creating a level playing field for all, both large and small alike. Rules underwrite national security, including economic security. They offer stability and certainty for businesses. However, with 166 WTO members, it's a challenge to advance WTO trade negotiations on pressing trade issues in a timely way. Multilateral agreements have proven to be an effective approach to swiftly establish rules with an initial critical mass of members. The recent agreement on electronic commerce shows the WTO is capable of developing new and modern trade rules, including to make global digital trade faster, cheaper and more secure. Together, we have generated 4 major global agreements at the WTO in the past 2 years. These are on fisheries subsidies, where we have a full multilateral agreement, and on services, domestic regulation, investment facilitation and e-commerce, which each have between 70 and 126 members. Singapore and Australia have worked closely on this agenda over the past 2 years and coordinated closely with Pacific partners like Fiji. We should celebrate these successes and bring these new agreements into the WTO rulebook. We should also drive rulemaking in the regional context, widening and deepening platforms like RCEP and the CPTPP. Southeast Asia as a bloc is projected to become the world's 4th largest economy by 2040, after the United States, China and India. Regional economic integration, the development of transparent and consensual rules for the region, has been something we've been supporting for decades. All of which is to say, this part of the world matters as we reshape the rules-based trading system. Southeast Asia is not to be underestimated. The third way we can exercise agency on trade is by complying with trade rules. The resurgence of industrial policy on the global stage is being driven in part by the need to reach net zero. And that's okay. Governments around the world need to play a leading role in promoting an orderly and positive economic transformation to renewable energy. But it's also a response to the challenges thrown up by the heightened geostrategic competition. There is rising concern around high-tech advantages and imbalances, data security and civil-military fusion. These challenges have increased uncertainty for business and put supply chains under pressure. Concerns around the reliability and security of critical supply chains are legitimate. Countries around the world are looking to enhance their economic resilience and to minimise security vulnerabilities. For example, critical minerals are vulnerable to supply chain disruption with an increasing geostrategic competition. Managing supply chain risks needs to be a priority for governments seeking to build their economic resilience and bolster their national security. That's why Australia is working with partners to diversify and strengthen supply chains by creating more opportunities and markets for these strategic commodities. The rules have to provide some flexibility to allow governments to introduce measures that deal with genuine national vulnerabilities and to regulate for legitimate public purposes. This includes addressing the challenges posed by critical and emerging technologies. And if we don't, as a global community, accommodate the need for greater flexibility to take account of security vulnerabilities as nations perceive them, of course the system will struggle. So there's an important balance to be struck here. We see an uptick in nations considering and developing policies to respond to these challenges. Our own Future Made in Australia agenda is a case in point. This agenda responds to twin priorities of building our own economic resilience and giving momentum to the transition to net zero. Importantly, when designing policy initiatives, we seek to do so within the guardrails of our trade treaty obligations. Our Prime Minister Albanese has said that we will invest in our industrial base, manufacturing capability and our economic sovereignty. We are not withdrawing from global trade or walking away from world markets or international rules. We will make sure our measures are targeted and do not lead to negative international spillover effects. Colleagues, the environment for global trade is changing fast, and as a result there's increased uncertainty for our businesses. More than ever, global trade rules matter. It's therefore incumbent on all in the region to exercise agency, to level the playing field to allow our businesses to compete fairly in global markets. Remember, we are all economically stronger when trade flows freely and fairly. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Farrell, for the perceptive and entertaining remarks. We would now like to invite Prof. Quah back onto the stage to join Mr. Farrell on stage for a moderated dialogue session. Over to you.
Thank you, Thomas. Minister, congratulations on such a wonderful speech that sets out... Oh, okay. Thanks very much. Congratulations on such a wonderful speech setting out your vision for the way ahead. I wanted to pick up on the point that you said on how our region has agency, and we need to continue to develop that with WTO at its core. This seems to me a wonderful aspiration, a vision that, exactly as you spell out, we need to drive towards. The reality, of today's world, however, with incipient fracture from different directions, is that we see an increasing use of unilateral trade measures. Australia has been at the center of a number of these, including your reactions on industrial overcapacity and other dimensions. I wonder if you could give us a sense of how Australia's concerns in this area are evolving. What lessons can we take from how Australia has dealt with these actions?
Well, thank you, Danny, and that's a very good question, but difficult to answer. I've been in this job now 2.5 years, and when I came into the job, we had $20 billion worth of trade impediments with our largest trading partner, China. People said at the time it was going to be impossible to restore that trade. My job, as given to me by the incoming Prime Minister, was to restore that trade and get us back to where we were. So for the last 2.5 years, I've been working with my Chinese counterpart, Minister Wang Wentao. We've now met on 9 occasions, so I've probably met with my Chinese counterpart more than any other of my counterparts. And we have managed to resolve all of those impediments. And not only have we got our product back into China, by and large we've got it back in greater volumes than before the impediments were in place. Last year, our trade with China was $327 billion. That's more than the next 5 trading partners. So obviously, the relationship with China was an important one. More significantly, that relationship is $100 billion in our favour. So each year we make a surplus of $100 billion. And one of the reasons why we've had 2 successive surpluses in the Australian government, this year and last year, is because the contribution of trade. Australia is a great trading nation. We rely on the WTO and the rules-based system to ensure that we can trade fairly. So our objective is to get behind, particularly the new or reappointed Director General. I've just had a meeting with her for about an hour where we discussed ways in which we could make progress on some of the obstacles that are preventing the growth of free trade. And it's the ambition of our government to assist in whatever way we can in building those relationships and modernising the WTO, but also getting it back on track.
Thank you very much for that. I wanted, if I may, follow up on the last thing that you described. I'm not asking you to give away anything that we shouldn't hear about your bilateral meeting with WTO Director General, but that conversation, together with the thrust of your lecture, must contain specific directions in which you think WTO can continue or maybe become even more relevant in today's global economy. Could you give us some insight on those specific dimensions?
Sure, Danny. So I think the big obstacle right at the moment to progress at the WTO, of course, is the appeal system. And while that fails to operate effectively, I think it diminishes the ability of the WTO to progress its ambitions for free trade. And I think the opportunity presents itself next year. There's a new administration in the United States. We've got a reappointed Director General. The opportunity exists there, I think, for a renewed effort to see what we can do to ensure that appellant process works effectively. We've got an interim measure that Australia has been supportive of. It's working well. If I go back to those impediments with China, one of them was with wine and the other one was with barley. We used that system to advance our issues. We ultimately didn't proceed with them because we reached a settlement, and of course a settlement is always far better than a decision through the WTO. But we use that system, the WTO system, to resolve our issues. And that's how a rules-based system ought to work. And if we don't have that, what do we have? And let's face it, the world is becoming more dangerous. I don't know if you saw overnight, there's trouble in Syria again. We've got wars in the Middle East. We've got wars in Europe. You need friends. You need friends in this world. And we see, of course, Singapore as being a very important friend in that process. Australia and Singapore have developed a number of very progressive agreements, particularly in the green economy. We think the opportunity is there to do even more. And as a medium-sized power, I think I described this last night, Australia is a big country with a small population. Our ability to influence world events is limited, and that's why we need friends. We need friends like Singapore. We need friends like, as we do in Southeast Asia. And so I think the opportunity there is to progress that appellant issue and see whether or not we can encourage the big players to come to the party and make some progress.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing Singapore into this conversation, because that's an area I wanted to press you a little bit on. How do you see Australia? I mean, you've described to us very helpfully how Australia's trade relationship with China has continued to evolve, and positively. How do you see Australia working also with not just Singapore, but the other Southeast Asian economies, in terms of the peace, stability, and economic prosperity that we all want to drive towards? What vision does Australia have for a Southeast Asia economic strategy?
Well, I was married in the Philippines 41 years ago. Ferdinand Marcos was president of the Philippines, and I'm going back in a couple of weeks' time to visit my father-in-law, who turns 90. And of course, Ferdinand Marcos is still president of the Philippines. So you could say the more things change in Asia, the more they stay the same. Can I be perfectly frank with you though, Danny? Too often Australia has flown over Southeast Asia to China, to Japan, to Korea for trade opportunities. We are now refocusing our efforts. We're not abandoning any of those countries, but we are diversifying. And the most logical place for us to diversify is Southeast Asia. In every country I go to, you've got growing populations. When I married in the Philippines 41 years ago, the population of the Philippines was 60 million. It's now 115 million people. They've got a young population. They've got, very digitally advanced population. And you look at the region, every country in this region has a very similar story to tell. Indonesia, our closest, country closest to us, we're simply not doing enough trade with Indonesia. And you can go through every country in Southeast Asia, and you can say the same thing. Well, we've got a plan now for 2040. We're putting more trade officials into Southeast Asia than we ever have before. I managed to convince the Treasurer to spend another $70 million in the last budget. Already, that has resulted in more than $1 billion worth of new trade we would not have got but for the expenditure of that extra $70 million. So for all of you in the region, Australia is open for business. We want to trade. We don't want it one-way trade. We want two-way trade. We think we've got a lot to offer. We're a population of 27 million people. We produce enough food to feed 90 million people. What do we know about what happens when countries improve their living standards? Well, their demand for high-quality food and wine goes up. We think we are perfectly suited to assist in the lifting of those living standards and provide you with, for instance, the best quality food and wine. We're also, they describe Australia as the lucky country. And once again, Australia is lucky in terms of critical minerals. We have an overabundance of critical minerals. Every critical mineral that you need to go into the batteries of the future, the net zero future. Of course, what we don't have with a small population is often the capital to develop those mineral resources. So we think there's a wonderful opportunity for Australia to work with Southeast Asia in expanding that critical minerals. We hope to be a renewable energy superpower. One great concept that you will know about is producing solar power in Darwin and then transporting it over high voltage cables from Darwin to Singapore to meet some of your demand for renewable energy. In order to match the amount of energy you need right today in Australia, you'd have to cover the island of Tasmania 5 times with solar panels. So you're going to need a lot of space if solar is going to be the way that you move to net zero. What's Australia got a lot of? Well, Australia has a lot of space. In fact, it's mostly empty. So we think there are great opportunities there, and if we can develop those links, providing that renewable energy to places like Singapore, well, there's no reason why we can't supply it to other countries in the region, such as Indonesia, and I think there are wonderful opportunities there.
Thank you, Minister, for that wonderful, evocative vision of the new comparative advantage that we now need to leverage going forwards in the green economy, in solar, and in this new geography that we're building. You used the phrase, you used to think of us in Southeast Asia as the flyover nations. As you know, in the United States, part of the narrative surrounding the emergence of a populist dynamic was that the Midwest was considered flyover states. And it was the East and West Coast of driving the United States along, neglecting the Midwest. And in the vision that you've given us, there is a wonderful enthusiasm and energy for a way in which our entire region can go forwards. I want to thank you very much. I want to invite the audience to thank you for this vision that you've given us as we get ready for the next panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister.
Danny.
Thank you, Minister Farrell, for your speech and for the discussion. Please remain on stage. Please give us a few moments as we transition to the next segment. We will be moving to the panel on trade, architecture, and multilateral fora. Please bear with us as we prepare the stage. Thank you. we ready? Okay, thank you. Thanks again. Thanks for your patience. We would like to kindly invite the moderators and speakers for this panel to take your seats. The panel on trade architecture and multilateral fora. Please, thank you.
Thank you. While my panelists get seated and make themselves comfortable, we're getting now down to the hard work on discussing trade architecture and multilateral fora. These are obviously tokens of discussion that we have skirted around all morning. And what we want to do is to try and come to terms with how the existential challenges of the global trading system needs to be acknowledged. We need to figure out the forces driving it, but also we need to figure out where we go from here. If anyone needed evidence on disruption, all he had to do was think back 2 days ago when President-elect Trump said that he would slap 100% tariffs on nations in the BRICS grouping because they might try to create a new BRICS currency, pull away from the US world reserve currency system, and that he would not stand for that. All of this occurring despite actually there being no serious talk of a unified BRICS currency and little progress on any competitor to SWIFT. But obviously the kinds of disruptions and the heat and intensity of disruptions that we will see will likely escalate. We want to have a discussion now about how the rest of the world might meet the new challenges that are forthcoming. I've got a gold-plated panel up here to discuss these issues. I'm not going to read their extensive bios that you will all have in the paperwork that comes with the conference, but I'm just going to bring up each of them. Each of them will provide a 10-minute or so opening statement before we break out into a fevered conversation about the issues that have been raised. So first, I'm going to have Cecilia Malmström, who is non-resident senior fellow at the Peterson Institute, former European Commissioner for Trade. Cecilia, over to you, please.
Thank you very much, Danny. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here, and really timely indeed to discuss the topics that are on the agenda. I was commissioner, but I'm no longer commissioner, so I do not claim in any way to speak on behalf of the Commission. But I do know, and that is true as well, as the new Commission actually has its first working day today, that the European Union, independently who sits in the Commission, is very committed to WTO and to the multilateral system. In Europe, we believe that that's a necessity. It has been good for the world, for Europe, to have strong common rules and norms, and it's an environment where we feel we can navigate. So when that is kind of falling apart, it is really worrying. And that's why reforms and modernization will always be supported by the European Union. We have a lot of trade agreements with different other countries, more than 40 with almost 80 countries. And ironically, many of the most ambitious trade agreements came about under Trump 1. That was a period when the mantra was trade agreements are bad, trade wars are good, and trade is a zero-sum game. And many people in the world realize that that's actually not the case. We can do something together. And during that period, we were able, with friends such as Japan, Singapore, Canada, Vietnam, countries in Central America and parts of Africa, to actually overcome former differences and do trade agreements together. They were bilateral, or sometimes they were regional, but they were in the spirit of WTO and following all existing WTO rules. And that was also a time when we launched negotiations with Chile, with New Zealand, Australia, Indonesia, and India. And of course, we negotiated the TTIP agreement with the US. That is still in the freezer. I think it will remain there for quite some time. And we also actually concluded, a little bit later, an agreement with China on investment, where China made a lot of very ambitious commitment and disciplines. Now that is, for different political reasons, also in the freezer, but maybe could be defrosted a little bit earlier than TTIP, I think. And it was also a time when CPTPP countries decided to move on without the US, because they thought that there was so much good in that agreement. So if the US doesn't want to join, let's move on. There was also a lot of progress in this region on RCEP, on ASEAN, and the African continent also decided to take important steps towards forming an African intercontinental trade agreement. And it is advancing, not big headlines, but with small steps, it's actually moving forward. So that created a kind of momentum where the world came together because of different threats. Now, the world is different today, absolutely, and we have talked about the lack of trust and the lack of confidence among citizens for trade agreements, but maybe there is a momentum that we can learn from that time, how we can use today as well. So what can we do? Well, lots of good things have been mentioned this morning, and I really think we do need to think in a new, courageous way. Yes, WTO is there, it has served us well, we should try to build upon what is there, but we need to be brave and take plurilateral steps forward. And that is probably going to be the norm for the years to come. There has been some good agreements, domestic regulations on services, investment facilitation, fisheries, almost done, some complications. Let's try to push them as much as possible. We have an interim solution to the appellate body. It's not a permanent solution, it's interim in the name, but it is working and it is showing results, and it has a lot of things that is looking at right now, with more and more countries joining the EU27 and 26 other countries. So let's try to build upon that while we are also using the momentum to try to find a permanent solution. We have the Ottawa Group. Most of the countries here present are members of that. This is a kind of extended Ottawa Group that I think we should build upon. The idea between the Ottawa Group created by Canada was to use the middle powers force to try to expand. I think that should continue as well. We have some unfinished business yet. You have mentioned, and many others, the e-commerce agreement. Let's try to push it. Let's also try to see if we cannot take out the environmental goods agreement from the freezer. There is a willingness among most countries to do that, and it's really timely to see if we can find agreement on green technology. Some countries went ahead with the ACCTS, we're dying in acronyms, the Agreement on Climate Change, Trade and Sustainability, New Zealand, Costa Rica, Iceland, Switzerland, and several others joining. It's very ambitious, but let's try to push that also in the plurilateral. So we need to do the art of the possible. And I would like to raise two issues where I really think the WTO can make a difference. And they've been mentioned this morning. The first is subsidies. We do have rules on subsidies in the WTO, prohibited subsidies and actionable subsidies. Those rules are not bad, but they are insufficient. So we need to try to see how we can develop them. And the Director General mentioned that OECD, WTO, World Bank, IMF have a common working group where they are mapping this. Subsidies are increasing in monstrous rapid velocity today. US, China, and EU only have almost introduced 20,000 subsidies since 2008, and that was before the Inflation Reduction Act and many of the others that have come recently. Now, not all subsidies are bad. Subsidies can be a good thing if you want to change where market cannot deliver. But subsidies can also hurt your neighbor, and especially it increases the cleavage between the South and the North. So we need to see if it is possible, under the auspices of WTO, to find a group of countries who want to sit down and review the subsidy rules to see if we can exercise some more discipline, some more transparency, and do that with the WTO, but probably will have to be plurilateral. The second thing, and I'm finishing now, sorry, Danny, is the carbon fees and CBAM. Most economists of the world agree that taxing or pricing or feeing carbon is one of the best ways to reach the Paris Agreement and to fight carbon emissions. It's not enough, but it's a good way. And as the Director General said, there are almost 80 different ways to do this in the world today. We have the EU CBAM, and we have the different emission trading systems, and we have carbon taxes of different versions all across the world. And that is great. The problem is, of course, that they are not aligned, and that they cause new conflicts instead of helping conflicts. And instead of accelerating the green transition, we could be stuck in different tensions because we don't do it in the same way. The initiatives that WTO has taken with the other international organizations is excellent, but they need to go further. We need a common methodology. We don't measure the same way. And how can we tell that your way is good and mine is not good if we don't measure the same way? How can we find compatibility? And that is one of the key issues for the WTO to do today, to help convene a methodology so that we can have some sort of mutual recognition of the different systems as we move forward. And that is also what many companies are asking for, predictability. How can we do this? This is also something where member states in the WTO could take a plurilateral initiative supporting the international organizations. Is this feasible? Well, maybe not, but let's try. Let's try to do it. I think we really do need some courage and some innovation in trying to push forward. If not with all countries, at least with some countries in a plurilateral, in a WTO spirit, but in plurilateral way. If the US doesn't want to join, well, sorry, we'll move on without them. Does China want to join some of this? I hope so. I'm looking forward to your comments as well. But at least we need to try. Could all these cause irreparable damage to the WTO if we go too fast? Well, yes, if we go too fast, but I don't think this is the risk in a moment. As long as there are the WTO existing rules as a basis, I think this is the only way to try. And if we do it, and if we show some results, other countries will follow as well. So thank you very much. I hope I provoked some thoughts.
Excellent.
Thank you, Danny.
Thank you, Cecilia. I mean, thank you for that very sober assessment. And you were able to tell us signs of optimism from the historical evidence that under the first Trump administration, that even under what seemed to be the worst of zero-sum thinking, the global system was able to respond in ways that were actually quite positive. I'm sure we're going to come back to this. We're going to want to look for more examples and lessons. But I'm now going to turn to Mari Pangestu, who has recently been named the new Special Envoy for International Trade and Multilateral Cooperation, working out of the President's Office in Indonesia. Mari, over to you, please.
Thank you, Danny, and it's great to be back at the next step again since last year. A lot has happened since last year. Let me try to address the topic by focusing on the positive, right? It says positive agenda for addressing what looks like a very chaotic world with the disruption in the multilateral trading system, things that are not new but seems to be increasingly getting worse under Trump 2.0. I would like to start actually by looking at it from an Indonesian perspective as to how a country like Indonesia should respond. And it has to be a multi-pronged response, starting from the domestic and national response. Because while I fully subscribe to the positive agenda for middle powers to move on and push the agenda forward, whatever happens to the U.S., it won't happen unless we have the commitment domestically. Yeah, so we have to start start with the domestic story, first of all. And here's not just Indonesia, I think it's happening in many other countries. It's the tension that we face in terms of how do we move forward? How do we continue to emphasize the message that trade is important for development? We have to be able to change the narrative so that we can get the politicians, the policymakers, and the larger population to subscribe to it again, right? Because I think we've had a major setback in the last decade or so. And building this narrative as to what trade means for development, for jobs, for reducing poverty. And the great, if you want to grow, there's all these opportunities there that have lots of trade and investment dimensions to it. The reshaping of the global value chain that is happening partly because of the geopolitics, but also because of other factors. The new areas of growth like green transition and services. If you look at the analysis on globalization, globalization in goods has stagnated, but in services it's actually increasing. And services is actually going to be able to create a lot more jobs, and it is enabled by technology and so on. So try to kind of emphasize the opportunities and that it is about growth and development, but recognize, I think our minister from Australia kind of mentioned it, that the reality is they all need policy space, whether it's industrial policy or whether you want to make Indonesia great again, make Australia great again. There will be elements of that, and that is something we have to deal with. How do we manage that in a way which is still going to address the policy space, but do it in a way which is still, at the end point, it is still about competitiveness and the right types of trade and investment. So I am not struggling, but I am very clear-minded that this is my big homework right now, while I subscribe to what I've always been subscribing to, that in terms of the international fora that we need to be in, we need a multi-pronged, constructive, incremental strategy in all fora. So you kind of do what you can in every fora to be able to push forward that agenda of openness, rules-based trading system, pushing that forward. So, in brief, bilateral, regional, and multilateral, right? So bilateral, I think we learn a lot from Trump 1.0. So we know that the tariffs are about negotiating bilaterally, and it is a very unilateral process. So how do we anticipate? Partly, you do what you would do anyway, increase your purchase of US products. It will be there. I mean, we always need soybeans, so we can always say, oh, we'll buy more soybeans, which is what we did last time. But then there are all the other dimensions of the ask. If you're not going to have your tariffs be imposed on you or your GSP not extended, what is the ask? And here is where I don't know how it can be done, but in the last round in Trump 1.0, we kind of faced the US individually, hubs and spokes. Is there a way that ASEAN can actually get together and at least face the US together, right? I don't know how it can be done, but at the minimum, we should be sharing information and intelligence with each other and crafting a common response at the minimum. I don't know what else can be done, but we really felt it last time. And then there is also the issue of managing China, because there is going to be diversification, relocation coming out of China, as well as the issue of excess capacity. This is not just Indonesia that's facing it, but the region. But I think that's also something we have to manage. And on the bilateral side, bilateral FTAs, obviously the major one is the EU, the large markets. How do we also proceed on that? On the regional agenda, I think you said, how do we have courage and innovation for plurilaterals in the WTO spirit? So on the regional, of course, how do we do regionalism with open regionalism in mind, which is a very much an ASEAN, Asia-Pacific kind of mantra, but how do we actually continue to make this happen, whether it's in the ASEAN context, the RCEP, the CPTPP, which are actual trade agreements, or the non-trade agreements, which is APEC, the role of EAS, the East Asia Summit. The East Asia Summit actually has everybody there, including Russia and India. India is a little bit missing in action in some of these regional agreements, but we should be using EAS more. So it's, how to use that to strengthen and build on the existing mechanisms. It is about implementation, it is about broadening, it is about deepening. And it is to support what I think is the reality and the opportunity for us in the region, which is about the regional value chain. You can call it the resilient, sustainable regional value chains, but it is going to be around that. And how do we actually achieve the resilience and the sustainability in terms of the diversification, deconcentration, and so on? Some of us have heard about the possibility of two supply chains emerging, where there's a supply chain that has minus China plus US for the US market and then the rest of the world, right? I hope we don't go into that direction, but if it does, then this is part of the strategy. And in terms of implementation, I can come back to this later. For the RCEP, it's very technical, but it is the reality. We heard this from the business sector. The implementation and the utilization of RCEP has been very low, except for the countries that did not have FTA with each other, China, Japan, and Korea, because we don't have cumulative rules of origin. Sounds very technical and boring, but actually it's the crux of it. That's one quick win. CPTPP, it's expanding. They're considering Costa Rica right now to exceed, and there are 6 more countries that will exceed, they have requested to exceed, including Indonesia. And 3 of the 6 are ASEAN countries. So if all 3 plus the existing 3, there will be 6 ASEAN countries in CPTPP. It's about building blocks and catalysts, the way we used to think about these regional agreements. Okay, CPTPP is supposed to be the gold standard, and RCEP is evolving to the gold standard. So we can take some parts of the CPTPP, say all 6 ASEAN members join CPTPP, we will all have to agree to the e-commerce agreement, which is still very watered down in the RCEP. So if you did that, then there's big potential for RCEP, for instance, to move also on e-commerce. This is just an example of how all this can work. So finally, on multilateral, we can, of course, have a bigger discussion on this. Oh, I just wanted to mention APEC, because I do think APEC can still play a role as what we call the incubation role. Because APEC is non-threatening, that we're not negotiating. In the past, they were the clear leader, the cheerleader for WTO and multilateralism. And they were one of the plurilaterals that became MFN, was the ITA, which was incubated in APEC. Is there a role for APEC to come up with resilient and sustainable chain principles, security clause principles, whatever? I think that's just on that. On the WTO, I see I'm running out of time. On the multilateral, I'm in full agreement with what Cecilia mentioned. How can we, as middle-income powers, or plus EU, plus Japan, plus others that are there, not let the US destroy the multilateral rules-based trading system? And I just wanted to, well, we can come back to this, but I just wanted to mention something which nobody has mentioned, which is the G20. Is there a role for G20? Because in 2019, Indonesia actually submitted a non-paper during the Japan year of G20, a non-paper on WTO reforms. We had to kind of fight for it, but it got accepted, and it was on the agenda for about a year or 2 years, and then after that, it's still on the agenda, but there's not much discussion. And I wanted to put in a plug for MICTA. Does anybody know what MICTA is? It's the Middle Income Coalition inside the G20. It's Mexico, India, Indonesia, Korea, Turkey, and Australia. So, use what you can, move where you can, right? I'll stop here. I have lots of points on the WTO, but we can come back to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you, Maria. Yes, I see that you do have lots more points you want to make about G20 and WTO. But before we go on to the next speaker, I wanted to remark on how your presentation has navigated this fine line between, this fine pragmatic line between a recognition of a word that you did not use, economic coercion, but a succumbing to a power-based type of narrative, versus one where you continue to emphasize there are rules and sub-rules that we need to subscribe to. So you're navigating this line between them, and it's a very interesting, pragmatic approach that you've taken. I want to turn now to the third speaker, Professor Tu Xin-Quan, who is professor and director of the Institute for WTO Studies. Professor Tu, over to you, please.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. It is a great honor to attend this conference for the first time. I would like to share a few thoughts of mine about the problems facing the current multilateral trading system, largely from a historical perspective, which was established under the US leadership after the Second World War. I believe most of us present here appreciate that. In my view, in comparison to the old imperialist system before the Second World War, the most admirable and valuable merit of the US-led system is the political equality among the members, meaning that no country has a political superiority to exploit or despoil the others. Countries are voluntary to join the system, and it is basically the market economy mechanism deciding the international economic relationship among members. Therefore, every country under the system can develop their economies and the international competitiveness on the basis of their own comparative advantage. However, under this system, the leader will also breed and foster competitors to itself, simply because nobody can win always and surely in market competition. Then in 1970s and 1980s, Japan became the largest beneficiary of the system, but also the most serious challenger to the US economic supremacy. Because Japan is much smaller than the US in terms of area, population, and economic potential, especially Japan is an ally under the protection of the US. The competition between US and Japan came to an end peacefully with the victory of the US, and the multilateral trading system survived and even prospered more after 1990s. But there are always new competitors emerging. Since 1990s, China became the successor of Japan, but with a much larger scale. In particular, China's accession to the WTO in 2001 means that China was fully accepted by the multilateral system, under which China maximized its comparative advantage and made great success. Actually, this is also a great success of the US-led system in terms of promoting world trade and economic development. But in the eyes of the US, this is a failure for itself. So I think that is the largest dilemma of the system. Or the system's success will create or will make it a victim itself. So the stability of survival of the system depends on the economic ascendancy and the self-confidence of the leader vis-à-vis its competitors. As long as there is a peer competitor emerging and the leader is facing serious challenges and losing its self-confidence, its willingness to support and even abide by the system will decline accordingly. It once happened in the 1980s, as known as aggressive unilateralism. The only difference of this time between US and China is that the new competitor, China, is even larger and stronger in terms of area, population, and economic potential, and particularly more independent. So the fundamental problem for today's multilateral trading system is the incumbent leader believes that the emerging competitor is threatening its supremacy with the help of the system. And then its best response is to destroy the system or expel the competitor from the system. Though the preliminary outcome is being witnessed as the increasing decoupling between the two countries. But an even worse scenario would be a possible group confrontation similar to the Cold War, not the same. However, for the good of two countries as well as the world, I think there are other possibilities to be pursued together by the two countries and as well as the world. One way is to reform the current system to better accommodate the differences between the two sides. I do believe that there are more similarities than differences between the US and China in terms of the economic system. Of course, more attention has been paid to the differences. But actually, we already have good basis to deal with them. But both sides should downplay the nature or intensity of the competition. I don't think that anyone is going or able to pose existential threat to each other. We just want to win the development championship for the national pride. So I would strongly advocate that the two sides should start or continue serious negotiations in areas such as digital trade, government procurement, industrial subsidies, to find common grounds, to decrease the level of confrontation or mistrust. Actually, in recent years, we are seeing more similarities between the two countries. Look at industrial policies. Right? The US is learning from China to pursue more industrial policies in various sectors. Another important way is to expand the system to cover more countries and to enlarge the cake of the world trade and economy. The booming globalization in 1990s and early 2000 years was also attributed to the active integration of those developing countries, especially China, but also other developing countries. So it is also a good way to mitigate the direct competition between bigger powers, to have more middle powers, even smaller economies on the table. So we should work together to encourage more ambitious liberalization in big developing countries, maybe especially India, as well as to support their industrial development through direct investment, infrastructure establishment, and technological sharing. One last point I would like to make is that this key theme of this conference, third countries should take the lead, I think, right now, in making rules through various approaches. We used to highly depend on the US to make new rules for the world. But given its reluctance to follow the existing rules, we should give up this expectation basically, or at least temporarily. China has the willingness, but still lacks of self-confidence and capability. While third countries or smaller economies don't have the capability to make maybe very comprehensive agreements, it is also desirable to set up some disciplines on certain specific issues. This could be pursued inside or outside the WTO. DPA is a very good example. So is the Agreement on Domestic Regulation of Services. Since the big guys are hesitating, middle powers just keep going forward. No one would like to be left behind or isolated. Finally, the bigger guys will catch up. And I don't think those regional or plurilateral agreements will hurt the WTO. In the whole history of multilateral trading system, it has always been a small group of countries playing the leading role. Multilateralism never means that all should go forward at the same pace. I'm going to stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Tu. Thank you very much, my whole panel, for raising all these different interesting issues. I want to say that all of you have raised quite different set of issues, but I want to try and unify some of the conversation here. Professor Tu, when you say that there is no necessity that the great powers see themselves at loggerheads with each other, because there are lots of ways in which they are now becoming more similar, industrial policy for one. There are lots of ways in which they ought to be working together and see the benefits of that. But the reality, of course, and this is for all three of you, the reality is the great powers don't see eye to eye. So for instance, take an extreme version of the United States' position. The continued rise of China is the rise of, in the language that some people use, a hostile hegemonic power in a part of the world where the continued ascendancy of China will then sharply constrain America's freedom of actions, America's future prospects. That's a very stark, zero-sum view of the world. It's got nothing to do with the economic advantages that we can see, but it is a position that draws a line in the sand. And it seems to me that the way in which we want to think about middle powers or trade architecture or multilateral fora dealing with this cannot be on the basis of capability and power. None of the rest of us stand up to the great powers. What we need to be doing is thinking about rules that work, clever ways in which to innovate the institutions that we have, rather than just a contest of capability and power. So that's kind of one of the readings that I got from all of the things that the three of you said. Maybe I can begin, Cecilia, by turning to you, because one of the things you said is that we need to be careful as we continue to develop these new institutions that we don't end up undermining the ones that already exist. Right? So WTO, the appellate body, and the multi-party interim appeals agreement is a configuration that lines up on your fears. Can you expand a little bit on that for us? How would MPIA undermine WTO, even though WTO, of course, accepts it now as part of it? And then from your answer, I want to ask, I want to turn to Mari and Xin-Chuan for the development of this idea, how by the system, by adjusting in terms of trade architecture and multilateral fora, might potentially undermine the multilateral institutions that already do exist.
Well, thank you for that. Well, that's a philosophical question in many ways, because, of course, the ideal of WTO cooperation is that all countries agree. We have unanimity. We move forward slowly but steady, and everybody, 166 countries, are on board. But that's not the case, and it won't be. We have to be very realistic. It will not be the case. Maybe there could be one little exception on some of the agreements that we talked about earlier, but we will need to move forward, and I think also the Director General opened for this. The MPIA is mirrored exactly on the existing WTO rules, so it doesn't threaten them in the sense that it invents a new way to solve conflicts. It's exactly the same paragraphs in the statute, and as I said, 27 plus 26 countries have joined it, including China, Australia, Japan, many important countries, not Indonesia yet, but I'm counting on Marie to fix that. So it doesn't undermine in that regard, but of course, if you push it to the extreme, you could say that, okay, if more and more countries join, we will give up reforming the original system. that could be a threat, which we need to do. And the US have for a long time expressed concerns with it. That happened also during the Obama administration. I think the rest of the world have slowly come to realize that there are problems with it and willing to address. But it's been very difficult to get some negotiations ongoing. I know there are lots of talks and committees ongoing in Geneva, and there are some progress, but overall, we're not solving it. So that is the potential conflict, that if that goes on for too long and more countries are joining it, there will be no ambition or willingness to reform the original system. But again, what's the alternative? I mean, politics is the art of the possible. If that is the only way forward, let's pursue that, and let's make sure that we don't forget what we originally wanted to do. But I don't see that happening during this administration. They will not engage with WTO.
Are there institutional structures that we're building other than MPIA that you feel has that risk? Because this is something that you said in your opening statement, and I wanted to just be clear about what those fears are.
Well, this is what you hear a lot, and also with the very small initiatives that the WTO has taken with other international organizations, both when it comes to subsidy transparency and when it comes to mapping the different carbon fee systems, that member countries have criticized, saying this is going too far. So obviously some countries feel that they are going too far. But on the other hand, if we want to move forward, we must take that risk as well. But being very open and transparent about it maybe will not calm all the fears, but say, okay, the alternative is just, you run on the same place. You don't move. And I think we really need to move. And if WTO can show some action and that we are willing to take those risks with all these caveats and being transparent and open for everybody, it is a way to save the system.
Thank you. Mari, do you feel that your pragmatic approach is one that potentially endangers the overall multilateral system that we have now? I actually have something very concrete I want to ask you, but let me just leave it at that for now. Do you have?
I believe so. I probably subscribe. I mean, on the bilateral side, maybe not. That's kind of where but we have no choice in a way. We don't want to be asked to choose sides. We don't want to be bifurcated. So we have to figure out how to deal and negotiate bilaterally with US and China. And a lot of it is not really kosher, multilateral trade rules kind of kosher. But on the regionalism, I actually think I subscribe to the notion that this is not new, that regional agreements can be building blocks where WTO has not been able to move. And you can find many examples of where CPTPP or even RCEP has moved on services, on investment. The WTO doesn't yet have anything on investment except for TRIMS, labor, environment, even e-commerce. And I would say this is an area where we can continue to push, like resilient supply chain, resilient and sustainable supply chain. The region should be able to come up with principles and even put it in the agreement, and even the security clause. Let's show the way if you wanted to use security as you can under the Article 21, the security exception. How do you come up with guardrails in using it? We talk a lot about the discipline and the codification, or at the minimum, transparency. Yeah. So maybe we can show the way on some of these prickly issues. But on some things, you have no choice but to do it multilaterally, like subsidies. So then, what do? Do we just continue to push, and is it a plurilateral that's going to come out? You can't really have a plurilateral on subsidies, can you? Yeah, we just start the conversation, yeah. So I think there are some issues you can move on, but there are others that you have to do multilaterally.
And are there specific actions, specific initiatives that you see Indonesia pushing along these different dimensions?
Well, I think Indonesia will find it, because Indonesia wants to be joining everything, and I think we go back to the old way we used to do reforms in Indonesia, where it's the external pressure that drives a lot of the reforms. And even if right now we are not so supportive of the of the moratorium on the tariffs on electronic transactions, if we join CPTPP, if we accede to the OECD, we actually have to change that, right? So the change will probably come from other sources. What are we championing? We always champion developing countries, but I think we have to get out of the mode of we are developing countries, we need to have special and differential treatment. I think we have to flip it and say, this is our interest, we want to move on this because it's going to help us develop, and we should fight for that. And if we're not ready, we should fight for capacity building. We should flip it, you know.
Thank you. Professor Tu, I'm going to turn to you now, but I'm also going to alert the audience that after you speak, I would like to have questions from the audience that takes our conversation forward. So, Professor Tu, you referred to how the space for similarities between the great powers has actually expanded. Industrial policy is one example that you used. The idea of industrial policy actually began in small states in East Asia, and it was used to good advantage. Now it's big states doing that with huge disruptive effects on the rest of the world. So there's actually quite a big difference between when small states do it and when the great powers do it. So my question to you is, if that's the game that we need to play going forwards, where exactly do you see an inclusiveness that helps bring the other nations along, that the global economy is not just about the two greatest powers?
Well, that's a very difficult question. Yeah, as you said, there is a difference in terms of the implications of industrial policies in big or small economies. I think maybe at least in the past, when the WTO was making the rules on subsidies, the major concern were about the implications of subsidies on exports. But now for big economies, major concerns are about domestic consumption or kind of import substitution. So it was not considered so much in the Uruguay round, but I mean, in the case of China, at least, we have very kind of strong or long tradition of self-dependence, of self-reliance, for a lot of reasons, historical reasons, or security reasons. But I think why industrial policies in some cases have succeeded in China, it's largely because of China's big market itself, big home market itself. And there are actually not so many successful cases, there are only a few, especially in the clean energy sectors in recent years. But the clean energy sector is kind of special because it has very positive spillover effect on the whole world, not only in China. And also, the clean energy sector is basically new for everyone. So for China, we really successfully take advantage of this opportunity of this technological transformation, or you could say this is kind of disruptive innovation. So we use our large home market along with some industrial policies or government support to develop this technology and this industry. But I think in terms of the intentions, it was not designed to compete with others. because at that time there was little international competition. But of course, right now the situation is different, right? Everyone wants to develop this industry, so there are more competitors. Now looking back, probably we should have more well-conceived disciplines on industrial policies, especially which are designed to develop its own industry and basically for the domestic demand. So I think in terms of rules making, we now have different background. So as I said, we think that we agree that the WTO should make new rules on subsidies, especially, as I said, those subsidies with the purpose of domestic demand or import substitution. The current rules are not good enough.
Thank you, Shin-Shui. I mean, this ties back to things that Cecilia was talking about in terms of subsidies and rules. And one of the interesting things here with clean energy that you brought out is that actually subsidies might be a good thing. Yeah. One of the reasons that we're against subsidies is that they disrupt the level playing field. We want to keep that level. But on the other hand, sometimes there are positive externalities that the world needs. And given these positive externalities, never enough investment is actually done by just private markets. And it's not a bad thing for governments then to provide that positive impetus. I'd like to open up now to the floor. So first, the table number 7, and then Hanku, and then back there. Okay.
Yes, thank you very much, Danny. I'm Alistair Cox, the Australian High Commissioner to Singapore. I just wondered whether the panel thought that there was much more that could be done by a whole range of countries, including middle powers and others, by academic and industry leaders as well as politicians in some countries to actually promote the benefits of trade for their countries domestically. I think one of the problems seems to be, and we can see it in a number of countries, including obviously in the United States, but the whole narrative seems to have become that trade is a problem, that trade doesn't help. And I wonder if a lot of the work needs to start domestically with people of goodwill building much more of a set of alliances to promote. I mean, I've also, I served in Indonesia for a number of years, and I think that domestically in Indonesia, even though it's an enormous trader of palm oil and many other goods very profitably, the narrative about trade is often very negative, sadly and strangely. So I just wondered whether there's more that that can be done there. And I just highlight in that context a report issued by the Australian government on the 13th of November about the benefits of trade to the Australian community. And I wondered there's more that middle power countries could do as a group just on that domestic front, because I think that's the problem now, that many politicians around the world are just on this wave of a negative narrative, and they're running it and they're exacerbating it irresponsibly often, but it sort of starts at home with the narrative which we seem to have in the 1990s, but we've lost it.
Thank you, Your Excellency. That's an excellent starting point for a number of other things that we want to say. Mari and Director General have recently been exactly a conversation about changing the narrative on trade. So I want to pick that up. But if I may, given the time and given the configuration, is it okay if we take 3 questions or so, and then I'll leave it to you, to the panel, to decide? So Hanku, may I invite you to come in? And then the gentleman in number 9.
Hi, Han Kuya from the Peterson Institute. Thank you for the fascinating discussion. I'd like to ask about the sectoral, plurilateral agreement. Looks like, the U.S. kind of the full-fledged free trade agreement is not really politically feasible. But last year, the U.S. Congress, they kind of made a report, bipartisan report about, kind of suggesting the sectoral agreement. So from your perspective, which areas of sectoral sectors would be sort of feasible or promising for this kind of plurilateral sectoral agreement?
Thank you very much, Hanku. Gentleman number 9.
Thank you very much for the excellent presentations. My name is Henry Chen from Cambodia Center for Regional Studies. And my question is that there's a school of economists that say that technology development is what drives economic growth and trade. Now, in this aspect, if you look at the fourth industrial revolution technologies, such as EV, batteries, autonomous car, and AI, the share and the dominance of the two dominant elephant in the ground, the United States and China, is so prevalent. In the production of electric vehicles, batteries, windmill, China has a market share of 60 to 80%. And if you look at the AI, the Americans essentially dominated all the platforms you can imagine. And China just keep on putting applications based on AI. So if these two countries dominate the future technologies, how pragmatic is the view that middle powers can make very serious differences in the setting of the global trading orders?
Thank you very much, Henry. Thank you. Given questions, I'd like to take just one more. Number 1, table number 1, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Iwata, Japan Center for Economic Research. I want to pose you the one question. So this morning, Director General WTO argued that in favor of global carbon pricing. And I find there may be 2 approaches to realize or implement global carbon pricing. One of them is sticking to the kind of unanimous agreement approach. That implies the multilateral trade talk on the global carbon pricing. Another is a plurilateral agreement. Okay, 78 countries had adopted this carbon pricing scheme. But let's start with the like-minded countries, and that is a more plurilateral approach. How do you find which approach is the best for the WTO?
Thank you very much. So I would like now just to go to the panel, and maybe beginning this time from Professor Tu. There are 4 questions that we've been asked. Take the ones that you want to address, and then we'll work down the panel.
I would like to respond to the question raised by the Cambodian friend. Yes, this is true. Right now, the 2 largest economies are dominating those new areas, new industries, and new technologies. But I think it happened always in history. In all these new technologies, the innovators will take the lead, will dominate the technology or industry for a while. For how long it depends, but in the beginning, at least at the beginning years, it will happen. I think it has happened in many cases, in many other industries. But after a while, after a couple of years, new competitors will emerge, and the leading countries will lose their comparative advantage because of changing factory endowments gradually. So like in the old internal combustion car industries, at the beginning, there were only the US or European countries, but later Japan and Korea and other countries came up. So right now, of course, like in the new clean technology sector, China is leading. But I don't think China will lead always. Right? Will lead forever. And also, technology will change. There will be new technologies, right? So now, of course, like a solar panel or EVs are leading, but who knows? There will be other technologies emerging. So again, like as I said, in the auto industry, right now, like these old big multinationals are losing their advantage, and the newcomers are leading. So yeah, the world will change. Will be changing always.
Thank you, Shen Chuan. Excellent, excellent. Mari?
Yeah, I think Alistair knows Indonesia very well, and he knows the struggles we go through. We can't ever say free trade, ever. So I think I totally agree with you, and we are all trying hard to see what's the narrative that we can continue to have. And despite all the work that we've done over the years, including more recently, actually we did an exercise with the Productivity Commission to show just how negative the impact of decoupling and defragmentation is, and the risks that the countries like Indonesia and so on face. And all this work from IMF and the World Bank, 7% negative growth impact on the world and so on. But modeling doesn't do it for the narrative. So you kind of have to get in the weeds a little bit. And I think a lot more work needs to be done on the inequality impact of trade and the distribution impact. And if you look into the literature and look at the work, it can tell you that it's not trade that's at fault, it's the lack of complementary policies. So, but we don't talk about that anymore, and we really need to get into the weeds on that. And also real examples. I think we need to show where it has had a positive impact in the real term, like go somewhere where a region has been able to be positively impacted. As well as, I think, because we can't, we still are in the mindset of we can produce everything in our country mindset, we're still fighting that. So how do we show positive stories about supply chain and where Indonesia or Malaysia or Thailand sits in that supply chain, We need to have a positive story on that, and how, if you want to continue to benefit, you need to evolve, right, in the supply chain. And how do you actually do that? What do you need to do to build the ecosystem, and so on and so forth? Maybe the rest we will leave to Cecilia to answer.
Thank you, Mari. Excellent answer. Cecilia.
Thank you. Well, yeah, benefits of trade. As soon as you talk about trade in some European countries, you have 1,000 farmers on the street. So this is definitely something we are always struggling with, and you need to do. You need to find the good examples. You need to involve both academia and the public, but mainly you need to involve the companies to tell the good story. Why is trade important, and what does it lead to? What effects does it have on job, on investment, on growth, on skills, etc.? And that is a constant struggle. And domestically most important, but of course we can share good ideas and so on. On Hanko's question on sectorials, I think on green technology, I think there's one. Actually, just before the elections, the Ways and Means Committee in the US, from both Republicans and Democrats, wrote a letter to Ambassador Tai saying that you have to revive the green technology agreement. It's good for the US. So I think something could be done that. Now I'm not sure if the current administration shares that, but a lot of other countries do share that. So that would probably be one of them. And then e-commerce is quite far. And we could, with a little bit of goodwill, I think there's 82 countries in it, we could finish it by the end of the year, but with some goodwill. On multilateral or plurilateral, ideally, in the best of world, we would have one global carbon tax. That would be fantastic. But it won't happen. And we can't wait, because climate change is so urgent that we need to act now. And that's why not even a plurilateral we don't have time to wait for. I mean, EU has the CBAM. I know that it's under a lot of criticism, but it has actually forced many countries of the world to do something similar. And I know that the EU is stepping a little bit down to engage with lots of countries. Other countries have very ambitious as well. So we cannot find one way, but what I'm arguing for, and I think that's a little bit implied by Dr. Ngozi as well, that maybe we can have WTO and a few other organizations monitoring it and trying to find ways where we can measure it in the same way so that there is an acceptance of the different systems. So a sort of mutual recognition system based on a common methodology. And that methodology is what WTO could best do for other countries. But we don't have time to wait for a common solution. I mean, look, this is the biggest challenge to humanity right now.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you very much. I'm going to have to end this session, but I would also like to help our friends in the audience who are with the press. And so I'm going to invite each of you to give me a one-sentence statement that they can put in as a soundbite as a result from our panel. So Professor Xin-Chuan, you first. One sentence.
One sentence. Well, I think we need a strong belief in openness and multilateralism.
Thank you. Mari.
We can't let one party destroy what has helped the region to grow. We need to be brave and respond collectively to ensure that we have a rules-based trading system that works for us.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Cecilia,
letting
out our panel.
Let those of us who do believe in a rules-based multilateral system work where it's possible, and the rest might follow.
Thank you all very much. With that, I'd like to bring this session to an end. Can I invite you to thank my wonderful panel?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you again for this wide-ranging and fascinating conversation and the great one-liners at the end. We will now be taking a break for lunch. Lunch is served outside in the foyer. Please enjoy. We will be reconvening at 2 p.m. for the panel on Global Investors' Perspective. Once again, please be reminded there are Post-it notes on your table in the center of the tables. Please feel free to write down your thoughts and questions and attach it to the banner on the back. The Burning Questions banner, our reviewers, our panelists will review them and may answer them during the sessions, and it may also be fodder for your breakout dinners later tonight. Thank you for that. Enjoy your lunch, and see you at 2 p.m. Thank you.
Okay, there we go.
Oh, they're just getting a set.
Ready, then, while I have you, I have.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats as we will begin the next panel shortly. We will be commencing the panel on Global Investors' Perspective. We would like to invite the moderator and speakers for this panel to please take your seats. Please, welcome to the stage.
So good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. We are, of course, fighting the post-lunch lows that come from having had a catered Raffles lunch of unlimited food, but also the transition from the official speeches and the previous very lively panel. But I am delighted to be able to moderate this discussion now because, of course, trade flows and capital flows can't be thought of totally in isolation, whether it's in an economic model, whether it's in geopolitics, or whether it's in the well-being of people around the world. And we're very fortunate today to have a variety of perspectives to think about the issues involving investment allocations and capital flows as the China-US rivalry, as other geopolitics shifts. This is obviously not an investors' conference and is not intended to be, so even if you want to resist the urge to ask Dylan for stock tips, or Jeff for that matter. But what we do want to think about is how some of the world's leading longer-term thinkers are addressing issues about pricing risks from the geopolitical sphere, changes in dollar, not exchange rate, but its role, and the nexus that's come together between sovereign wealth, private wealth, and development bank investment. And of course, that nexus is particularly crucial in the green transition. So there's so much here. If I can introduce from my right going forwards, we have Jeffrey Gentrubaki. I'm sure I messed that up again, I'm sorry. Was appointed Group Chief Investment Officer at Singapore's GIC in January 2017. I've been privileged to know Jeffrey for some time. I met him when he was working for GIC in London as president of Europe. He oversees the GIC's total investment portfolio and works with investment group heads to develop and manage strategies across all asset classes. He like all good people, comes to this from background as an economist and has held several positions at GIC, including, as I mentioned, President of Europe, President of Public Markets, and Deputy Group Chief Investment Officer. He holds a bachelor's from Cambridge as well as a master's and PhD in economics from Stanford, and continues to shepherd the GIC as one of the leading sovereign and investment institutions in the world. We were fortunate to get to add recently to this panel Anshula Kant, who was recently appointed Managing Director and World Bank Chief Financial Officer. I shouldn't say recently, she's been in the role since October 2019, so she saw the bank through COVID. She has responsible for financial and risk manager of the World Bank Group, and of course is part of the lead management team for overall strategy for the bank. She includes in her remit oversight of financial reporting, risk management, and mobilization of IBRD and IDA financial resources. Prior to joining the bank, she served at the World Bank. She served as Managing Director of the State Bank of India. She earned her bachelor's from Lady Shri Ram College for Women and a master's in economics from the Delhi School. Dylan Pillay, who I'm proud to say I know quite well and has been a member of the board of directors of the Peterson Institute, I'm proud to say, for several years. He's been with Temasek since September 2010. He was appointed Executive Director and CEO of Temasek Holdings the 1st of October 2021, and concurrently the Executive Director and CEO of Temasek International. He's held various leadership roles in Temasek, including head of the investment, the portfolio management, and the enterprise development groups. Prior to that, joining Temasek, Dylan was the managing partner of Wong Partnership LLP with over 20 years of legal experience, including in M&A, corporate governance, and corporate law. And finally, this is a panel, I'm not doing justice to their bios, and please forgive me. My colleague, Morris Obstfeld, who is the C. Fred Bergson Senior Fellow at the Peterson Institute and has been associated with the Institute since February of 2019. He recently became the class of 1958 Professor of Economics Emeritus at the University of California at Berkeley. As many of you know, he served at the International Monetary Fund as Economic Counselor and Director of the Research Department between 2015 and 2018. And prior to that, served as a member of President Obama's Council of Economic Advisors from 2014 to 2015. Maury has his PhD in economics from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology and holds degrees in mathematics from the University of Pennsylvania and King's College, Cambridge. Okay. What we've asked this very serious group of people to do is offer us some remarks on how they see the changing global geopolitical and economic situation affecting their thinking about capital flows, about long-term investments, about risks, and about the ability to address the green transition. We're going to go in the order, moving from my left to right. So, Jeffrey, please.
Thank you, Adam, and great to be with everybody this afternoon. I think for investors, one of the things that is true is that investors really don't like uncertainty all that much, in the following sense that if you can see a path, you can see a trend, you can see a set of factors that should work. Investors know how to calculate that in and put that into their investment models, financial models, and figure out whether it should make money or not. And I think it's fair to say that we've been in a world with a lot of volatility, but not only volatility, which would tend to return to the mean, but volatility with uncertainty, with things that are developing, which still depend on decisions and policies that haven't been made, that could lead to things moving in a very different direction than the one that they're moving in currently. And for investors to try to think 2 steps ahead and to discount backwards things which haven't happened yet, which dependent on decisions which haven't been made, is actually very difficult. And as a result, investors actually tend to telescope in, use high discount rates, telescope in, and really price in what they can see in the immediate future. And this creates a number of problems. So I think you'd mentioned the green transition. So we know that climate change is continuing in an unabated way. Tipping points, whether it's in ocean temperatures or certain jet streams and so on, may be reached already and could lead to significantly more disruptive patterns. But until they actually happen, until governments react to them and put carbon prices up or put restrictions in, investors are not paid to put them into the financial models and their calculations too quickly, because if you're wrong for a year, you could be out of business. And so as a result of that, a lot of things that are inevitable may not be actually priced into how we invest today. And I think I would put kind of three categories of things that are creating especially difficult, makes it especially difficult for investors to think about the future and how to react. I think the first is around politics and geopolitics. I think we've seen a year where pretty much in almost every country, the incumbent has been denied a renewal, and typically it's swung from quite far to the right to quite far to the left, or vice versa. And so as a result, actually the policy mixes that are coming in place of the previous policy mixes are quite different in their stance and their direction. And so for investors to kind of make a bet, you'd have to make a bet on the outcome of the elections, which none of us have been very good at. And that can lead to a snowballing effect after a period of time as certain policies kind of bring about counteractive counter policies from geopolitical partners and so on. You could end up being in a place that you didn't expect to be 2-3 years ago. And so I think that's number one. Number two is that technological change seems to be happening at an ever-accelerating pace. We see that not only in the field of computation and Gen AI, as all of you know, is very different today than what we were expecting to be available 3 years ago. But it's also true in medicine and so on. The thing is, the companies and the countries that are likely to be world winners today could be very different from the ones that could emerge in 2 or 3 years' time. 10 years ago, we probably couldn't have told you that Novo and Eli Lilly would be the dominant two firms today, but they are. And these are things which, as they happen, investors have to react, and we will pivot very suddenly, moving tremendous capital flows in and causing massive increases in prices or massive falls in prices of assets. And then the last one is really climate change, which, as I'd mentioned, is happening in an ever-accelerating pace, except that the policies and the prices don't seem to reflect that. And so I think for investors, the few things that we have to be very careful of in a world where these things are driving structural change are where asset prices are pricing in something that inevitably must be changed. So I think climate change is a very good one. Today, there's virtually no pricing in of carbon prices at a level that will force economic transition from fossil fuels. But we know that has to be part of our future. And so what are investors supposed to do if you're facing what is inevitable against prices that today don't reflect what is inevitable? I think it requires us to be much more cautious and judicious in how we put money into what is already an existing trend, if the price is indeed kind of factoring a future that cannot happen. And so, maybe I'll leave you one last thought, which is also kind of relevant to our topic. Today, we have seen a period of, call it 10 years, where the US has been exceptional. Exceptional in its asset returns that the companies are able to generate, exceptional in the market prices that its assets have been able to generate, And as a result, actually, capital flows have followed those asset prices and have also then driven the US dollar to appreciate in a way that is self-reinforcing. And so the asset price, the fundamental improvements, along with the improvements in asset prices, improvement in dollars, have now reached a point where the dollar is, call it 20% overvalued, where the asset prices are, I don't know, 20 to 50% overvalued. And you know it can't continue. And yet, in the near term, you can't see anything else happening either. I think this is a period where investors have to think exceptionally hard, think exceptionally cautiously about whether or not to continue to chase that trend, if it's true that it can't continue forever, and then to ask, what are the alternatives today that offer at least as good a return as that, which you can diversify into already?
Thank you very much, Jeffrey. A model of terror in concision. Anshula, maybe from a very different perspective, you coming from the World Bank, how do you see things and where can the bank make things better?
Adam, thanks, and it's really happy to be here. To my left is Jeff, and to my right is Dylan, so I'm in really good company. But, between these two people who will give you very sound investing advice in uncertain times and changing times, I want to bring the World Bank Group story here a little bit to see how we are looking at private investment flows going into the emerging markets. So, this is not something which you would imagine comes naturally as a natural fit for a multilateral development institution like ours. But the fact remains that, with all the setbacks that we've seen in sustainable development goals, the reduction in poverty, the jobs agenda, the health, and so many other challenges, that it's what has become very clear to institutions like ourselves is that public money or public investments are not going to be nearly enough, anywhere near enough for what is needed in terms of investments for infrastructure and other purposes in developing markets. And that's what's, really, we've stepped up our thinking on how we can encourage flows into emerging markets from investors like yourselves. And last year, when our new World Bank Group president came in, Ajay Banga, he set up this private sector investment lab. Dylan is a member of that. Thanks for that, Dylan. It's a lot of pro bono work that you do on our behalf for that. But basically, to use it as a sounding board, that what are the things that we can do as a multilateral institution to facilitate some, these significant investment flows that are possible from institutional investors, but into these markets. What would it take? And I just want to share about 4 or 5 things that emerged from so far. This work is still ongoing. But one of the first things we heard is that the risk perception, or how we perceived it, the risk perception which investors have versus the actual risks that we see, because we operate in these markets, whether lending to the sovereign space, whether lending to the private sector, the risks we see in actual, what the data shows up in terms of default and recovery, the perceptions are different, the actual reality is different. So one of the first things multilateral development banks together have put out is something called Global Emerging Market Risk Database, where we have published default and recovery rates by sector, by countries across the development institutions. And these are now available on the Bloomberg terminals. I would request you to take a look at those. We've also published 40-year data for sovereign lending in emerging markets, again, default and recovery rates. IFC is also actually published by ratings, slicing the data by ratings, and what are the default and recovery rates that we are seeing. So some of the results are surprising. The sub-Saharan Africa countries have the highest default rates, but conversely, they also have the highest recovery rates. So we have shared this data and information with rating agencies, with investors, and many of our stakeholders who are interested. And maybe I could suggest that take a look at that and see how you perceive risk and how the data for us is showing up. The other thing that came across is that, given that the risk return metrics is a little bit skewed in some of these markets, one of the instruments which World Bank Group offers is the guarantee instrument, MIGA, which is our investment guarantee arm, IFC, and IBRD. We offer these guarantee instruments which can actually serve as partial credit risk guarantees, first loss guarantees. In some ways, if entities like ours can mitigate some of the risk to encourage these private investment flows into these markets, this is something we heard back very strongly from the entire membership. And so we have made changes to how we offer these guarantees to make it easier for access by investors, to get to know what are the products that are available, and then together if we can go into these markets, that is a good, one of the most important feedback we heard and the changes we have made. For fixed income investors, what we heard was that the forex risk is a big challenge. So, we have come out with some products to encourage local currency lending in these markets, but also how we can mitigate some of the FX risk into these public-private partnership type of projects for cross-border investors. Now, these are very new and nascent products, not yet tested, but we are ready for experimentation, and we've got some actually, Dilhan, surprisingly, we've got very good early interest from some of these markets. So we are hoping that we'll be able to test out these products in the coming weeks. The other big piece is, of course, typically when IBRD, for instance, we lend to sovereign governments. When we lend for typically 25 to 30 years. Much of the investment impact or the development impact happens in the first 5 to 7 years when a project is under implementation stage. Once the 7 to 8 years or 5 years is over, there is actually no logic for that exposure to continue sitting on our balance sheet. What would make sense is if we could then exit that exposure and then free up our limits and free up our capital to lend again and make more development impact. But we need the private sector to come in there. The strength of the World Bank Group is that we have a public sector arm like the IBRD, which lends to sovereigns, but we also have the IFC, which lends to private sector, and we also have MIGA, which has these beautiful guarantee instruments like political risk insurance, some of the non-commercial risks that they guarantee, they're very unique in the world. So we have started thinking that if we can sort of come together nicely and work with the private sector investors to hear and understand what is it that you want, what is it that you need to actually encourage investments into these markets. And what we are particularly looking at is to create an emerging market infrastructure long-term asset class for fixed income investors. So we have launched, originate to distribute so-called group, which is chaired by Doug Peterson, who's just rolled off as the CEO of S&P. And we are going to be working with some well-wishers like Temasek, some others, to see how we can create structures, create products which will be attractive to the private sector investors, institutional investors, and how we can then either invest side by side in certain projects. When IBRD or the World Bank comes in, it does help in terms of regulations, in terms of policy certainty, in terms of transparency, and together with IFC and MIGA, if we can offer structures where it would mean some catalyzing of private investment at that time or potential for securitization in the future. So, this is one area which is, I would say, not a typical natural fit for the World Bank Group, but today it is a very key priority for us. We are committed to try and make this work. And I would really invite your comments and your suggestions to this initiative. Thanks, Adam.
Thank you. Thank you, Anshula, excuse me. So Dylan, with your not so pro bono hat, but your long-term hat on, how do you see navigating this world and where we end up?
So well, thank you, Adam, for including me in this panel. And I must say, listening to Anshula and having been involved with the lab for the last 1.5 years, I thought I had a very complex business model at Temasek, but it's nothing compared to the World Bank Group. So I can imagine that the complexity of issues that you face is much more multifaceted than mine. But let me first start off by saying that between GIC and us, we're quite different. GIC is a manager of government, of our assets, which really come from government reserves. And so they're multi-asset dimensional. So they look at the public markets. They look at currency, macroeconomic conditions much more from a big picture perspective first before nearly down to strategies. We're much more of a bottoms-up investor because we own our portfolio, we own the assets that we have, and we have operating companies that account for more than $145 billion of consolidated revenue with us. So we're not just a financial investor, we actually own the morning after for a number of our core investments. I'll come back to some of the things that Jeff said. I think, but first of all, let me say that we live in something which we call a VUCA world, which is a geopolitical term, right? Volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous. We've had that VUCA world for some time now. I would say it's been around for definitely since, I would say, the GFC, in varying forms. And we've had crisis after crisis after crisis occur in different parts of the world. But let me start off by saying that the period 1990 to 2020 was probably the most benign period in modern history. Most benign period, and largely due to the fact that we were in a unipolar world, and one where the US was actually exceptional in allowing the rest of the world to prosper. And what came through that period of time was actually globalization, which actually was something that lifted many emerging economies from not just an economic perspective, but from a social perspective as well. And if you ask me, what does it look like today? It's very similar to the time when I was growing up in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, where we're dealing with external events and they had knock-on effects on places like Singapore. And in those days, we look at 60s, 70s, 80s, remember the 60s, the Vietnam War protests, fractiousness society in Europe and in the US. You look at the 70s, high inflation, high interest rates. There was a war raging on in my neighborhood, in Vietnam in particular. We were all concerned about the pathway of communism into our part of the world. If you think about the fact that markets were performing abysmally during a period of time of maybe over 15 years, during the mid-60s to the early 80s, it was incredibly difficult time to think about things positively. But of course, there were positive things to count on. And Singapore actually was a beneficiary of some of those positive shoots that came from a very different period. I think we're in a similar period. But the problem here today is that we haven't been used to this kind of period for a very long time. I would say that 3/4 of the people in my team who are investment folks have never been through a period like this at all. In fact, I was joking to Henry Kravis and David Rubenstein that they should come and speak more because they're the only ones who were around in the 1970s and investing money, and maybe they could all teach us something about how to deal with risks on a parity basis. So if I just frame it that way, that the unipolar world was a great time for all of us, I now look at it today and I say, do we have a unipolar world? No. Do we have a bipolar world? No. Do we have a multipolar world? Depends on how you define it. You can't define it only by geopolitical terms. You've got to see the conflation of geopolitical terms with geoeconomics. The two are now totally conflated at various levels, and I'll talk about it in a little while. So when you look at it from that perspective, between the United States and China, there's a whole bunch of middle powers, as Dr. Ngozi was talking about, who are vying for influence in this huge thing called the world. And who are these countries? Well, I've just named 4, but you might say there are more than these 4. But they're all the biggest countries in the geographies where they're based. Okay, so I'm leaving out European countries because the EU is actually an agglomeration of countries with very different political, social, and economic structures. So it's not just one country. But if I look at them, it's in my neck of the woods, it's Indonesia, the largest country in Southeast Asia by population and by GDP. Then there's India, emerging as a global economic power, and it is also the largest population in its part of the world and very significant now in its willingness to extend itself beyond its shores, more so than any other time in its history or since its independence in 1947. The third is Brazil, okay, the largest country in Latin America, the most populous, and the most economically, I would say, advanced to a large extent. And the fourth is Saudi Arabia, because it represents an emerging part of the world where influence is now being expressed much more outwardly than ever before, and it has emerged itself under Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman as a player in not just in the Middle East, but actually beyond. So if you look at this, then if we're in a multipolar world, then the middle powers have a role to play in the complexity of the investment world that we're looking at. And not just in terms of the economies, but the ability to project soft power through the economic means as well. Now we come to what is it that an investor at Temasek is concerned about? Well, we're very concerned about, of course, the macro things like interest rates, inflation, returns for GDP, and also for GDP itself. And of course, the issue with inflation is one which has gone one way, it's come down a bit, but could it go up again? Very much dependent upon policies, very much dependent upon politics that are conflated with trade and investment. Then the second thing is, yes, we're in a geopolitical world, but what does that mean? So on the one hand, I've said, okay, we're in a VUCA world, middle powers, etc. But on the other hand, if the two major economies of the world are progressing slowly but surely towards decoupling, then the knock-on effects on the rest of the world is very significant. It's not just by reconfiguration of supply chains. And tied to that is the fact, as Dr. Ngozi was saying today, that investment flows are being curtailed by politics. And we're seeing that as a consequence of COVID-19 and the emergence of populism, nationalism, protectionism, and also fragmentation in the global space especially. Now, linked to that is a question of globalization. I don't think we're going to see deglobalization, but a form of reglobalization is correct. More regionalization, but regions actually being connected together is going to become more important down the road, quite apart from bilateral connections. Then coming back to investment space for us, the biggest issue is foreign investment regimes, which can operate in a protectionist way and restrict investment flows. So for investors like Temasek and like GIC, where we don't invest for national interest, but we invest for returns, that space is becoming a little bit narrow because of rules, regulations, and other considerations there. Now, those are the major things for investments, but there are three other issues that we have to think about. Number one are risks associated with technology. I think technology is a given. All business models are going to be subject to technological transformation. Therefore, business transformation is very much linked to the impact of technology. But the impact of technology actually has a direct correlation to societal progress, because the question is whether that displaces the human being in terms of the job market. And that's a big issue for us, because as much as we embrace Industry 4.0, Gen AI, and so on, you can't look at it in isolation of what the impact would be on jobs, productivity, and the like. And I think that's very critical, because if you're not careful, then you will have the impact of taxes, other forms of restrictions, and so on, or distortions that could impact financial returns for investors like ours. Now, linked to technology is the fact that with the advancement of technology and business models, the risks are heightened, and especially cyber risks. And that's one of the biggest risks that we don't price so well in our models. Because cyber risk is not just about being hacked and the cost of remediating or the immediate cost to the business. It's about reputational impact, and therefore the viability of a business going forward, especially when supply chains, et cetera, are reliant on veracity. And finally, and the big one of it all, is actually climate change. Okay, and that's why we're so focused on climate change. And the reason for that is, I don't want to call it just about, I don't want to just say that it's the existential crisis of our generation and future generations, but it has a direct impact on value of companies. Because no matter what you say, climate has a cost. Inability to transition, inability to do things related to mitigation and adaptation has a direct impact on valuation models of companies. Just think about it. Your credit spreads may go up if you're not prepared for the impact of climate. Your insurance premium will go up, even assuming you can insure the assets you have. And it's not just about stranded assets, but stranded business models. And then all this gets factored into your asset pricing model, and what it means is a higher cost of capital that is required to get your business model going. So it does actually impact the long-term viability and the long-term value of assets. So that's how we look at climate change. That's why we're very focused on it. But I want to just add in a couple other points. Number one, the US dollar is the strongest currency in the world. There's a gravitational pull towards the dollar and dollar-denominated assets. That's not very good for the rest of the world. That's not very good for emerging markets, okay? And that's not very good for stability. The second thing that I would say is that the alternative investment market has boomed much more in the last 10 years than we've ever seen before. And today, the private markets are arguably broader and deeper than the public markets. And if more capital goes to the private markets, well, then the transparency issue is just one element you have to think about. But things like liquidity, et cetera, become second-order effects that are very concerning to us as an investor. And the third is there's a lot of money that needs to make its way into infrastructure. So infrastructure as an asset class is much larger than we've ever had to think about before. And the two things which propel this is AI and climate change. And that's it.
Wow, thank you, Dylan. Okay, Maury.
Okay. It's a tough act to follow, but I have to, so I will. It's a great pleasure to be here. I want to thank the organizers for including me and everyone who's attending. It's been a great conference and a great panel, so I'm honored to be part of it. I'm going to pick up actually on the issue of the dollar that Dylan just raised. And I'm not going to focus really so much on the exchange rate or short-run macro issues. I'm actually on a panel tomorrow, so I get another bite at that apple, and I'll try to talk about some of those issues there. But on the question of the dollar's long-run status as the premier global currency, and a particular worry I have about that. Now, the Republican platform for 2024, explicitly mentions as a priority maintaining the dollar's international status, which is interesting because things like the public debt and the deficit, don't appear at all, which are, big problems. Donald Trump himself has mentioned this on a number of occasions. A couple of days ago, he issued his, I think, second public threat to the BRICS currencies, threatening to the BRIC countries, threatening them with 100% tariffs if they establish a BRICS currency. Before that, it was a threat if they left the dollar, whatever that means. So obviously, it's something that is of concern and considerable concern to him. At the same time, I would argue that a number of the policies he is following could be quite effective in dislodging the dollar from its status. And one in particular that I worry about relates to the sphere of cryptocurrencies. I think this is an issue that has not received enough attention, but deserves much more attention. The Trump administration appears to be very crypto-friendly. Elon Musk is a big backer. The new Commerce Secretary is heavily involved. A lot of crypto money came into the election. And it's not just Republicans who are behind crypto. Many, many Democrats are also in this camp. But the sort of narrative around crypto among Trump allies is very worrisome to me. So if you listen to people like Elon Musk and many others, there's a narrative that government deficits in the US are out of control. True. One of the enablers of that has been the Federal Reserve printing money. False. But in the face of the great instability of the dollar and of prices, the inflation surge of 2021, 23, we really need a much larger crypto ecosystem, effectively a system that provides stable, I put that in air quotes, money and competes with the dollar, and also reduces the risk of government surveillance and other things that are sort of hobby horses on the American right. Two specific pieces of legislation that have been introduced. Senator Lee of Utah introduced a bill to prevent the Fed from introducing a digital currency, citing the great instability of the dollar. Senator Cynthia Lummis of Wyoming has introduced a bill to set up a strategic Bitcoin reserve owned by the US government, again, motivated by out-of-control inflation in the US, supposedly the dollar's great instability. This reserve would buy 1 million Bitcoins and be restricted to use them only to buy down the U.S. national debt. President Trump has endorsed both of these proposals, has raised the idea of using Bitcoin to buy back the government's debt. And if you think that these proposals are unlikely to be implemented, well, the state of Pennsylvania has been moving forward pretty aggressively on cryptocurrency regulatory framework, and there's a bill in the state house that would set up a Bitcoin reserve that would contain 10% of the state's overall reserves, its general fund, its rainy day fund, et cetera. And that could very well become a reality because there's bipartisan support. In the Loomis bill, now the U.S. government actually holds some Bitcoins because it seizes them in anti-money laundering and fraud operations. So it's holding some Bitcoins. But the Loomis proposal is to finance the Bitcoin reserve, quote unquote, out of the resources of the Federal Reserve, whatever that means. So it's kind of a direct attack on the Fed. So what does this have to do with the dollar's international status? Well, I see two connections. One is that it seems to be ironic to be demanding that the world continue using the dollar as its primary vehicle currency, reserve asset, funding currency, et cetera, when at the same time domestically you're touting the need to create this alternative transaction ecosystem and sort of prohibiting the Fed from playing a part and essentially, in my view, weakening the Fed's control over the monetary transmission mechanism. There's a dissonance between the domestic messaging and the international messaging. Like, how do you preserve the world's confidence? A second issue, and I'm going to come back to the G20 that Mari mentioned this morning. The G20 has been pushing an agenda supported by work in the finance track and the FSB to improve the cross-border payment system, to basically make it much less costly, more of a real-time system, something that's of great importance for international trade. And sort of at a micro level, there's been some progress on this. There are arrangements between Singapore and Thailand, for example, in this respect. Now, I used to think that it was vain for the G20 to push this because how can you really include China in this, given the great concerns over surveillance, possible pressure that the Chinese authorities might exert, when you need a lot of coordination among countries and a lot of trust among countries for a system like this to work smoothly. I mean, imagine setting up an international shared ledger system with a tokenized currency of some sort. You really can't imagine a lot of countries willingly linking themselves to China. But I also wonder if they would willingly link themselves to the US when the US is basically dismantling the global rules-based system and has shown itself willing to deploy all sorts of pressure on trading partners. Now, it's still necessary and useful for the rest of the world to have a system for payments that is more efficient than what we have. But if the US cannot be part of that system because countries are unwilling to expose themselves to the political risk, what does that do to the status of the dollar? It seems difficult to actually preserve it. So I see this as actually something that could be a serious threat. It doesn't mean that the RMB or the euro would become the global currency. What it means is that you get a system of regionalized payments where payments between blocks are perhaps more expensive, sort of mirroring the regionalization that we might also see in the trade sphere. But if you asked me a couple of years ago, is the dollar's position secure, I would have said yes. Now, given these recent developments, I'm much less sure.
Okay, we have scared everybody now. To be a little bit less facetious, there's a lot of food for thought here. I'm going to try to engage the panel a little bit and then open it up to the audience to take advantage of the stars we have here for questions. And maybe I can start with Anshula, but anybody can come in. One of the things we've all been waiting for in economics and development and investment is for the famous capital to start flowing downhill. And yet we keep having efforts, including what the World Bank is undertaking that you're describing, that seem to be about trying to dig a path for the capital to flow downhill because it's not flowing downhill yet. And many of the trends that, with the exception of Maury's doubts about the dollar, that were discussed seem to be further impediments to capital flowing downhill or encouragement of capital flow uphill, right? Who's most vulnerable geopolitically? The poor countries of the world. Who's most vulnerable to climate, both from a geography and a resources perspective? The poorest countries of the world. Who's most vulnerable to higher US interest rates? Most vulnerable. So, can we foresee a world in which we're not fighting so hard to try to drive capital down to, I shouldn't say down, but I mean in the sense of motion?
Yeah, we could use the word uphill rather than downhill.
Fine, uphill. The reason I don't use the word uphill is because the basic economic idea is the rich world is demographically challenged. The rich world has lower returns on average than what presumably would be available. So anyway, sorry. So uphill, downhill, take your pick. But given all the trends we talked about, can we foresee a world in which there is more capital available to projects in developing countries? Question mark.
You know, I think, Adam, people can come with different answers to that question.
Right, what's yours?
From my perspective, I say yes.
Okay.
And why is that? Dylan mentioned climate change as one big, he didn't call it existential, I would call it existential, but this is in everyone's self-interest for capital flows to go to places where the needs are the highest. You look at the jobs agenda, you talked about jobs. In the next 10 years, we are expecting 1.2 billion people to enter the jobs market in the global south, as they call it. And our estimate is that there will be only about 400 to 450 million jobs that will get created in these markets in their own countries. Now you think about these 800 odd million people, some will get into higher education, but most will be looking for jobs. And then you have this brewing instability brewing, pressure on migration, pressure on countries where they have aging populations. There is a need, there is a demand, there is a supply, but there is no easy fix to this. What does it mean in terms of geopolitical stability, global stability, and prosperity? So these are forces, I believe, which drive self-interest more than anything else in capital flows going in the right direction, not uphill, not downhill, but the right direction. What is the role of an entity or institution like ours? We understand where the gaps are. You know, the price, we, for instance, don't price to markets. We, in fact, lean forward the most where the risks are the highest. We give away money where actually the conditions are the toughest. So we are not a market-oriented entity, but so that is why it allows us to lean forward and facilitate this trend, which actually in some ways has already started. If you think about what you're doing, Dilhan, from your institution, and there are others, there is a need for impact investment provided the return aspirations are met. And that is where we come in, and we can come in to de-risk in some ways, to use this public capital which we actually play on. Ultimately, we pay on public resources, right? Taxpayers' money coming to us through the shareholders. We leverage that money, we access capital markets, and we lend more. But if we can do this in a way which is systematically encourages private flows into these markets over a period of time, that will be the sustainable growth story which we should all strive for ultimately, because just the public money is not going to be enough, and it's not sustainable in the long run.
Thank you. Please.
I had a couple of thoughts around, how do you encourage investment into emerging markets that really should be done, but the private sector find it very hard to be done. I think the first thing we have to kind of differentiate is between projects that are fundamentally going to be money losing, meaning you're never actually going to make your return. Then no matter what subsidy you give or encouragement capital, you're going to lose the money. Then those shouldn't be funded, right? I mean, we kind of know that. But it's also true that in a lot of jurisdictions, this fundamental potential misallocation of capital happens because political macro governance is bad, corporate governance is bad, or that just there's so many uncertainties around the thing so emerging markets can really do a lot to help themselves if political and macro governance improves, if corporate governance improves, and if also the banking system or the capital market system is developed a little bit more so that more capital can arrive there. But that still leaves fundamental uncertainties that cannot be solved. So even good projects, out of 100 good projects, 5 of them, 10 of them will turn out bad. And the question is, how do you share the risk between the good projects and the bad projects, ones that will fail versus ones that will succeed, so that on average you get a good return, but actually it diffuses the risk enough that private investors are not just underwriting to the bad outcome only. And that's, I think, where kind of multinational development banks can really help, because you're doing the diversification for investors who otherwise would have to do it themselves and would find it very difficult. So I think that's one way of attacking it. The other is really around the timing issue, right? That there are some things for which the returns are not for another 10 years. And in 10 years, a lot of things can go bad. And so investors are, I mentioned earlier in my discussion that investors only want to see the near-term returns when the returns are in some uncertain future. And so again, I think kind of capital that helps to defease that risk around the long term can also be helpful. But I think today, as foreign investors look at emerging markets, all these different types of risks are kind of pulled together, and suddenly, we put a very high hurdle, 25% actually for equity, 25% in dollar equity hurdle for some of the most emerging frontier type of markets, and that's impossible to overcome. So I think by breaking some of these down and then sort of saying, okay, which are the ones that we can attack for the projects that should be funded, that are economically viable in the end. I think the problem is that there's still a lot of unviable projects that emerging markets want to get funded, and maybe capital should never be able to flow to that.
Yeah, I think this is probably the most complex question of all, okay, Adam, because the disparity between the developed markets and emerging markets, or the EMDAs, is getting wider and wider in this current environment today, especially when we think about public markets, private markets, and where capital is going. And I think, well, the World Bank is trying to address this because it's actually becoming quite innovative with the tools it already has and trying to build new tools. So you take, for example, the originate and distribute model that Angela was talking about. I think it works best when you can bundle bankable projects with marginally bankable projects and sell it as one whole. But for that, you need a sponsor who's prepared to take it all on board to have that diversification that Jeff talked about. Because if you have different owners, then where do you get that diversification risk for investors? And the investors will ultimately put their capital on a project basis only, and rather than looking at the objective of enabling a positive outcome for a particular country. And it's not easy because politics comes in and there are also social issues. So, and there are, of course, incumbents who might not want to go along with that position. So that's where governments have to have the mandate to do this, but they have to be supported by others, including multilateral development banks and DFIs. But even the private capital providers, the financiers, have to also figure out whether they're prepared to be part of the coalition or willing. So you take, for example, managed phase-out of coal-fired power plants. If a bank has a directive from a jurisdiction that it's subject to, that it cannot invest in fossil fuels or coal-fired power plants, then how do you even begin the transition? Because without bank financing, your cost of capital will be elevated because the only other providers are private capital, even if it's private shadow banking, mezzanine capital, and investor capital. Okay, even if you have concessional capital, it will never be sufficient if you look at the cap stack. So it really requires, if we're all serious about climate change, then the rules and regulations around the world have to come together and be harmonized in a way that's permissive to allow for that to happen in jurisdictions where that help is needed in particular. So you may not need to give the flexibility to the banks when it comes to developed market and fossil fuels there, but you certainly have to do it with EMDEs where the issue of energy transition is totally correlated to energy affordability. And that's the big issue. And also when you look at transition, we have to be pragmatic. The just transition requires us not to only have green, because the infrastructure required to finance green is not just power generation, it includes the grid, energy storage systems and the like, includes grid management systems, training of people or retraining of people. If you look at all those things, then the just transition requires us to also accept that fossil fuels is part of the equation, especially natural gas, for example. So I think that this issue is a very complex world and requires all of us to realize that just like we did in COVID, no one is safe unless everyone is safe. For the benefit of that future, for future generations, those of us who think that we are not subject to the same issues as, say, EMDs are actually going to be subject to the same issues. Now, we talk a lot about climate finance in the context of, if you don't mind me just continuing a little while, sorry about that, everyone. But if we talk about climate finance for energy transition, I think it's superbly important. But climate finance for food security, and water, which includes water resource management, is so much more important. Our entire food systems are connected between EMDEs and for us in our homes and restaurants we go to and so on in the developed economies. And if we do not address that issue of climate finance for smallholder farmers and people along the value chain, ultimately it's not about the cost of how much we are going to pay for what we consume, but whether we even have enough to consume. And water is a big part of it. You know, I mean, our president is very much in seas of this issue. Because when you talk about food security, you can't talk about it in isolation of water security and energy security. And that's, to me, as big a problem as the energy transition issue.
Thank you. Sorry, Maureen.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are three issues. One is the sort of adequacy of global savings. You know, the U.S. net saving rate is approximately 0. And that's kind of a problem for the global economy in terms of resources just being available to flow into these emerging and developing markets. But if you look at, for example, real interest rates in those markets versus the industrial world, they've been persistently higher since about the global financial crisis. There's a gap which doesn't get arbitrage. So whatever saving is coming out of the rest of the world isn't flowing. And to make things worse, and this touches on what Dylan was just saying, as big as the gap between private returns might be between rich and poorer countries, the gap in social returns is even bigger because of the need for climate investment and public health investment and food security investment. The COP29 made a commitment of $300 billion, but that's nothing near what is needed to bring about the transition in emerging markets, and also to fund not only climate mitigation, which is what the rich countries care about, but climate adaptation, which is very important for people on the ground. And if that doesn't happen, you get more disasters, you get more outward migration, which again then becomes an issue for the richer countries.
And if I may add to that, you know, at the COP, the previous COP actually, it was agreed that a loss and damage fund would be set up. And finally, it has been set up. We do some of the logistic and hosting around it, but there is a loss and damage fund that has been set up in response to this ask for adaptation finance. And today, at least about $800 million to begin with. I know it's not very large numbers, but have been contributed by the developing countries in that. So a small beginning has been made, if I may say so. Yeah.
Okay. With that, let me open it up to the audience. I see a hand at table 14. Is there somebody with a mic? 14. There you go. Yeah, you'll be next to Wada-san.
Thank you. My name is June Park. I'm a South Korean political economist, and I recently moved back to Singapore after being in Doha, Qatar for some time. My question goes to Mr. Dylan Pillay and also Dr. Ostfeld. For Mr. Pillay, I have a question regarding the outbound investment screening measures that will kick in from January from the US Treasury. How will sovereign wealth funds respond to this? You mentioned regulatory measures reshaping the investment environment, and I'm wondering, regarding Chinese tech companies, sovereign wealth funds investment into Chinese tech companies, whether the new rules will impact the behavior of the sovereign wealth funds in this regard, or whether it would be minimal. Then for Dr. Ostfeld, would you not think that the rise of stable coins like Ripple would be enough to safeguard the dollar's position? Because it was felt in the Gulf that when SEC gave up chasing after Ripple, it felt as though that with Trump arriving, perhaps this would be the de facto digital dollar. Maybe not just Ripple, but perhaps other players, Visa, MasterCard, they will have their own means. So wouldn't that sort of uphold the US dollar in some sense? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's a very good question and a very complex one. Let me just first go back to foreign investment regimes before we go to outbound. Outbound is a very different thing. Foreign investment regimes means that if you are a non-domestic provider of capital, you have more barriers of entry, even if your capital is welcomed. And that means that there's a risk associated with non-approval that therefore makes it more difficult and challenging for you to put your investment dollars to work in a recipient country. And you don't want to be constrained in the choices that you have wherever you put your capital to work. And you put it according to where you see there'll be GDP growth, there'll be innovation, and therefore there'll be business models that can apply not just to a particular country, but even perhaps beyond for global application. So outbound investment rules is a US government policy. I'm not going to talk about US government policy. That's up to the US government, and every country is entitled to decide what its policies are. But it does concern, therefore, what is concerned to be US source money finding its way into countries where that may not be permitted under those rules. Now, the question, of course, is whether it is only US source money, because a lot of money in the United States comes from people outside the United States. You know, like our firms here, we are significant investors in funds in the US. So with those outbound rules, and especially when you have a global fund, therefore the mandate that was given to those funds to use their capital is being constrained by US government rules, which are supposed to apply to domestic capital, but now is being applied to foreign capital going into a particular domestic market. So that has one level of complexity for those of us on sovereign wealth funds, wanting to have a more geographically diversified deployment of capital for returns. And remember, it's only for returns. So therefore, we expect the managers that we put money to look for the best places for returns in order to get us the outcomes that we want as a result of putting money with them and being charged a fee. Now, then comes to the issue as to what you asked about Chinese tech companies and so on. So in China, there's always been domestic capital and there's been foreign investment capital, quite apart from FDI, which is really for industrialization. And foreign investment capital in China has been coming off significantly for a long time, and largely because it's, you have US investors who pull back in the last few years. And their presence in the China market is not as significant as it used to be. Now, whether they come back or not, well, outbound screening is one thing that they have to think about. But there are investors in other parts of the world that can still invest in China if they believe they can get the returns. Everybody invests in China from outside of China who's a financial investor is only looking at one thing, which is returns. So as long as the business models are attractive, as long as they can cater to a market which is big enough, with an addressable market that's big enough and will pay for the innovation over time, as long as the valuations are fair and you model out for a good enough return above your cost of capital over whatever is the defined time frame of your capital, if it's within your mandate and the duration of the capital that you have, well then if that's attractive, you invest there. But if there are others which are more attractive, you rotate your capital to wherever you get the best return. And that is what I think motivates and guides sovereign wealth funds. Because remember, all the sovereign wealth funds are there to generate a financial return for their beneficiaries or for their stakeholders. I'll put it as for their stakeholders. And that's the mandate that we're given.
Thank you. Maureen?
Yeah, I think the stable coins are much less problematic than the free-floating cryptocurrencies like Ethereum and Bitcoin, which are basically untethered from any sort of real value. The stable coins do raise regulatory issues. They're variants of very standard regulatory issues around the quality of backing, around money laundering and terrorist financing, around cyber risks, and those are all there. But a regulatory framework can deal with those, and within that framework, stable coins can play a useful role. But when I see significant public resources being invested in Bitcoin, for example, on the grounds that the dollar is unstable and that the Fed has failed and that we therefore need to replace the monetary system, that is what worries me.
Well said. Here at table 1, please.
I have two questions to Professor Opsfeld.
I'm sorry, could you identify yourself, please?
My name is Iwata, Japan Center for Economic Research.
Thank you.
The first question is this crypt Bitcoin reserves put forward by the Senator, Republican Loomis, and a clarification question. Whether this proposal implies a privatization of official currency, dollar, and backed up by the Federal Reserve balance sheet. So in contrast to the central bank digital currency. So that, so far as I'm informed, that Trump does not like the central bank digital currency. As an alternative, this can be this privatization of official currency, but backed up by Federal Reserve. So is this characterization is correct or not? This is the first question. And the second question is...
I don't quite understand what you mean by privatization.
Yeah.
I don't understand what you mean by privatization.
So that's...
So I don't understand the question.
I see. There has been a proposal already, stable coin, and that proposal was not invalidated because of the lack of credibility on the backup, but this time Federal Reserve balance sheet used, and then there is a backed up, So therefore, I understand in this way. And the second question is the countervailing duties. Now the Trump administration 2.0, now thinking about this punish the undervaluation of emerging economies, others, and so that utilize this undervaluation, punishing by posing the tariffs. And do you find this is a feasible policy or not?
Yeah, on the the Bitcoin reserve proposal, it's not really clear what the legislation means by using the resources of the Fed. It could mean for the Fed to buy the the million Bitcoins that are supposed to make up this reserve, and that would involve money creation and inflation, possibly. It's all very vague. So but it does seem like a way of compromising the Fed balance sheet, at the very least. And it's certainly a way of supporting the price of Bitcoin that would make Bitcoin investors happy. On the countervailing duties, this has been a proposal that's been out there for quite a while. I mean, this idea has been out there for quite a while. If you don't like the value of a foreign country's currency, then you think it's undervalued, you imply levies. And part of the problem with that is that currencies fluctuate, from day to day, the practical problem, and duties kind of tend to stay there and be sticky. And so it seems like a very even if you buy the idea that another country is manipulating its currency in some way, it would seem to me that a better way to go about this would be through direct negotiations rather than trade policy. But it looks like we're entering a world where trade policy might be used by the U.S. for anything and everything. So I wouldn't rule out that this comes to pass.
Yeah. Just to add a small bit of perspective on what Maury was just saying, there was a long time discussion of currency manipulation that the U.S. would accuse other countries of. There was never much of a definition. Our colleagues, Fred Bergston and Joe Gagnon, with a little bit of input from some of the rest of us, put forward a proposal that the U.S. Treasury adopted. And the key point of the proposal was it was defined in terms of the behavior, not the numbers. Were you leaning in a direction that was contrary to market motions and in favor of imbalances, and were you actively intervening to pursue that? And I think that this is another aspect of when you move from a rules-based system, which is about behaviors, to a transactional system, which is about short-term outcomes. So it would not be inconsistent of the Trump approach to replace an injunction on bad forms of behavior with what they consider bad outcomes. I don't think it's imminent, but it is possible. Is there anyone else? Time for a final question? Yes, there at table 7, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Patricia Holmes from the Australian Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. Thanks very much indeed. Very interesting presentations and panel and discussion. My question, I mean, we've heard obviously there's many factors that impact investment decisions, and market access is clearly only one. But can you just give a sort of sense of the connection or the extent of the connection and in both directions of the potential tariffs that we're seeing? I mean, especially over the kind of short term and long term. I mean, this might sound, perhaps it's a little simplistic, but just it's interested in terms of how you see that playing out and what the impact is potentially from your perspectives. Thanks.
Yeah. Do any of you care about tariffs? As opposed to, say, someone running a manufacturing business?
I think, for what it's worth, to the extent that tariffs do change the pattern of the direction of trade and therefore the location, if you will, of trade, I think it's very much on the minds, because you're still going to be investing in companies that either use one jurisdiction and are enhanced by it, or one jurisdiction that's sort of hurt by tariffs. So I think, given the numbers that have been touted, a very high tariff for China, I think the movement that we've seen to try to move the supply chain more and more out of China will be encouraged not only by the tariffs, but also by other things that any administration might put in place. So I think our own assessment is that many of the countries that are seeing benefits from moving production out of China, we'll continue to see benefits. Maybe only half jokingly, you can look down the list of the countries that have the largest bilateral surpluses against the U.S. So outside of China, those would be the countries that you kind of worry about the most. And then I think the assumption would be that Canada and Mexico end up being able to negotiate something with the U.S. that it's beyond the first few weeks of positioning.
Terrific. Thank you. With that, I ask you to join me in thanking our panel and understanding the amount of brain power and financial power amassed here. We're very grateful. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for this far-ranging and insightful discussion. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the panels for today. Please join us in the foyer for a tea reception as we close day one of our conference. I have a couple announcements, though. So for participants who are attending the breakout dinners, we ask you to please return to the foyer by 5:45 p.m., and our colleagues will guide you to your designated restaurants. Also, we have complimentary copies of 3 Peterson Institute published books available for you in the foyer. These include The Green Frontier, Assessing the Economic Implications of Climate Action, edited by Adam Posen and Jean Pisani-Ferry. Behind the Curve, Can Manufacturing Still Provide Inclusive Growth, by Robert Z. Lawrence. And finally, The Central Bank as Crisis Manager, by Patrick Honohan. They're available in the foyer. Please help yourself to some. And then the conference will resume tomorrow with breakfast at 9 a.m. If you have any questions, please approach my colleagues at the registration counter. Thank you, and have a good evening. Thank you. you.